Redux business response. Okay, so let me share my screen now. Okay, so the way I teach Redux is first teaching Redux as a Redux means not Redux is mainly used with React. Okay, it cannot be used. Most of the use cases are with React, but Redux people find very difficult because they don't use it, like they don't know why it is working like that. So how I teach this thing is like first I teach Redux on its own, because Redux is a third-party tool which integrates with React, and you can use Redux on its own. It is not required that React should be used with it. Okay, so React is not means it is not compulsory to have. You can use it with Angular also, but nobody uses with Angular, so you can use it with anything. Okay, so it's a state management library. Okay, it's a state management library in React, small application. Okay, state management library, it is state, but the main thing is that to pass data from one place to another, what is something which the context API also do, passing data from one place to another. Okay, and that is done very well with Redux because it has got a central kind of a store in which some data or a state, global state, this is not a local state I'm talking about, in which a global something can be maintained, and it's behave like a state because you can change it also and you can read it also. In other places what happens, you cannot like change it, and you cannot like change it. Okay, if you use context API you cannot change it. Okay, so that is like that. Okay, so now let's get started. And what I have here right now, I have like a terminal, and I will going to build my first Redux project, and it will be from the means it will be like we are going to create something in the range of Node.js kind of application, because I'm not going to start with React first. So later on, after this is complete, we are going to create a proper React app, npx create React app React, and then we are going to add Redux to it. Okay, the first let us understand like this. So for that, what I have to do, I have to get anything like mkdir Redux demo. I will do cd Redux demo, and I will do npm init -y, npm init -y I will do. So it will create a empty package or JSON file. So when you create an empty package or JSON file, what happens? See what happens when you create a package or JSON file? You can add node modules to it, because that is one of the things which we need to do. We need to add a node modules, and the most important node module is Redux. So we're going to install this npm I Redux in it. So Redux will be installed here, and I will open it with VS Code. Okay, and one thing is there that this thing will not have much GUI. So let me do one thing. Let me get a bit smaller. I'm going to come here anyways later on. So let me make my VS Code only a bit larger. So we don't have any GUI here, so no need for any website or something right now. When we're going to do React thing, then we're going to have some GUI. So it is okay. So like this much is okay. I increase the font size, and now we are going to have one. So this is this package.json. Package.json is okay, what is happening? What just happened? Okay, so this package.json, see, there is a index.js. It is telling the index.js will start the file. So we'll start with from index.js only. So I'll right click, new file, index.js I'll do, and here we'll start with this. And in this there is Redux install for version whatever it is. So here I'm here, and now. So the main thing is the Redux core concept is like Redux have a thing like okay, let me show a diagram like what does Redux have. Okay. So Redux have these things. Okay, so right now, as I've told, we are going to do it through a JavaScript app. We are not going to do it through a React app. So it has got a JavaScript app. Okay, then it will have have an action creator. And from the JavaScript app, something will be dispatched. Some action will be dispatched to this action creator. Action creator will be connected to a reducer, and the reducer will be connected to a Redux store. It is a central location, and again, this JavaScript app is subscribed to it. So whatever the state got changed with this action, the JavaScript app will get that state. Okay, that is the main thing. JavaScript app will get that state, and it can be different component which is getting this state, it can be different component which is passing this state. All of these things will be clear when we do it through a React app, but right now we are going to do it through a pure Redux app, pure Node.js. In the pure Node.js, not like the Node.js heavy code are there. No, it is not like that. So first thing is that we have to create all these things. Okay, the first thing which we are going to create is action creator. Okay, and it is like that. We are going to create something like a, suppose a store is there. A storekeeper just opened a store and he's selling X. He's selling X, and he has got some number of X. He's selling those X. Now what is happening, so we are going to create that store. So suppose in Redux always it's happen like const, you should have a constant. Okay, so by egg equal to by egg, like this I'll have, then function by egg is like equal to return type by egg. So there should be a return type. Okay, and info will be like by in egg. So what I'm having here, so this function is a special kind of function, and this is known as an action creator. This is known as an action creator, which for in our case, as I've told, a shopkeeper is selling egg. So this is a action for buying egg. So suppose someone comes and he wants to buy egg, so this action will be there. So this is known as this action creator. This action creator is there. So okay. So now what we will have, we'll have a major concept of Redux, which is known as reducer. So what are these reducers? So reducer have some initial state will be there in the reducer, and we are going to add this action creator, and we are going to change that state. So suppose, as I told, this shopkeeper is there. Suppose the shopkeeper have 100x. So what will happen? So const initial state equal to num of x is like not 0, it is 100. Suppose 100x are there in the shop. Okay, so like this it is there. Now I will have a const of reducer equal to c. Now again I'm going to use a lot of ES6 concept, as I have told. So this is the ES6 concept, initial state, default parameter. I'm taking default parameter. Initial state means number of x is 100. Okay, and I will have this action creator. Okay. After that I will have a switch case. Again switch case, as I've told, the switch cases are used a lot here. Okay, and it will be like switch case will be like minus 1. So it will be like switch case is like action dot type. So some action will come. What is the action? Action is this thing. This thing will come here. It will come in a way. We're soon going to see the whole thing, whole logic we are going to see, and it will be clear. So this reducer is there. In this state of initial state is there. It's a default parameter. Initial state is 100, and some action is coming. Action is coming from here. Action will be like buy egg. So buy egg will be there. Some action will come. Then return dot 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 state. See, I'm using this what is it is known as spread operator. So we are soon going to have much more states, because the shopkeeper is soon going to sell something else also. So if some other state is there, it will be dot 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 state, and then nums of x is this equal to state dot nums of x. Yeah, you have to use a state variable here, state dot nums of x -1, and then default is return state. So you have to do it like this. So this is the reducer. Okay, so now we will have the main logic of the Redux. Okay, Redux store and all these things we are going to have, and for that we need to have some functions, have some imports from your Redux. So let us do that. Okay, it will be like const Redux equal to require Redux, and const create store equal to Redux dot create store. So this both of these functions are given to us by Redux, because we installed Redux. Redux will require Redux, and create store equal to Redux dot create store is there. Now after that I will come here and towards the end here, and I have to create this store. So I will create this store like const store equal to create store and reducer, and then I'll have a console dot log of initial state is store dot get state. store dot get state is there. So get state is again some function which is given to us by Redux. Okay, because I have this store already, create store is also already there, and from this create store I've created this store, and then store dot get state will give me the current state right now. Okay, then I will have store dot store dot subscribe, and console dot log, and updated state is store dot uh, get state. Okay, store dot get state. Again I'm doing, but this subscribe will come at a different time. We are going to see that. Okay, so that is there, and now let me have this const on subscribe unsubscribe equal to store dot subscribe, and what is console dot log and updated state. I'm doing on this unsubscribe because soon I'm going to use the unsubscribe. If you subscribe something, you have to unsubscribe also. So now how to use this by x? Okay, so you will use by x like store dot by. I'm going to explain. Okay, store dot dispatch and by egg. So I'm going to have this 2 times, so dot dispatch by egg, and then unsubscribe like this. I have to do save it. Now what will happen? Now I have to run this thing. Okay, I'll run this thing and I will explain how it is all working, because this is one of the main concept of your Redux. Okay, node, and it will be, make it a bit bigger, node and index. So this is how you run a simple Node.js page. This is not having some routes or something, simple. Okay, so what it is doing, it is giving me initial state, number of initial state is coming from here, store.get state. Updated state is 99 and updated state is 98, but this line doesn't runs after this line. So how does it run? So initial state is getting, so initial state is store.get state. Store.get state will be done. So the initial state, this one 100 will be there. Then it will come here and subscribe. So subscribe is what? Subscribe is like where I was. Okay, subscribe is like I'm subscribed to this. Just this statement means that I'm subscribed to any event which is happening. So I'm subscribed to that. Okay, so that is happening. So now what is there? Okay, so after that what will happen? It is subscribed, but this statement is not running here. Dispatch by egg is there. So dispatch is again a function from Redux. So dispatch by egg is run. So I will go to this by egg. So it will open like this. Dispatch by egg will open like this, and it will do this return. Okay, return by egg, and this is known as the action creator. Dispatch return by egg, and this is there. So whenever an action creator is fired, what happens? It is somewhat magically connected to this reducer. How it is connected? Because of the Redux login. Whenever this function by egg is called, it will go here to the reducer. It is connected to the reducer. It is connected to the reducer. It is connected to the reducer. See this line? It is connected to the reducer. So it is connected to the reducer. So what is happening? So it is going here. And as I told, the initial state is right now 100. Action will be taken. Action will be taken, which is the by egg. So whenever the by egg action is taken, dot state, it is like 100 only. It is like 100 only. One sec. Okay, dot state. It is like okay. So okay, so dot state is there, and one sec. So this is there, and this by egg is so this by egg, it will come to this by egg, and then see what will happen. It will come to this by egg, and by egg will be there, and then num of x is state dot terms of x -1 will be done. Okay, so this -1 will be turned, and it will become 99. And the moment it become 99, this is to subscribe. So moment some state changes, it will show me this updated state, store.get state will be run, and it will show me 99. Again, I'm doing this dispatch by x. Dispatch by egg is done. So now see again what will happen. Dispatch by egg is done. Then it will again come here. State.nums of x -1. It is right now it is 99. it will become 98. So that is also one of the benefit of Redux. See, what is them? It's maintain a global state. It is not possible in context API. A lot of people will say you context API is a replacement of Redux. No, it's not. A global state has been maintained. Here, a global state I'm maintaining is 100. From 100 it will become 99. 99 it will become 98. So it is like that, and then it is running like that. After that, I'll do answer. So this is how this is the main concept of your Redux. Main concept of your Redux. So that is there, and now. That is a very simple concept, but this is very important to understand. Okay, this is very important to understand. Okay, someone just called. Okay, so that is there, and okay, so yeah, so attendance. Okay, 1 second. Attendance will be given at the. Okay, so that is there. Now what we need to do, we need to see some advanced topics, and one thing is that I'm going to convert all of this in a React app, and then you're going to see that all of this will fit so well. Because Redux is a very complicated topic. When people directly teach this with React, people get even more confused. But I have created it all in one file. In React, what will happen? Everything will go to its own file. This action creator will go to its own file. This state will go to its own file. This reducer will go to its own file. This store will go to its own file, and that's how it will be connected. Okay, so that is a very important thing. Okay, so that is there, and so let us one sec. Let us okay. Let us make this thing a bit more complicated. Okay, one sec. Where is my 2.1? Okay, so we'll make this thing a bit more complicated with what? With multiple reducers. As I've told, the shopkeeper will not always sell eggs. Suppose he's selling egg and his shop is become big, and he started selling chicken also. So now what will happen? And now what will happen? I'm going to start selling chicken also. So now const buy chicken. So again, we are going to do the same thing. He's going to buy chicken. Then after that, I'm going to come here and I will have a new function. So let us do that. And a function by is like this, and it will again see, you will see again the same pattern will be there. Okay, return by chicken, buying chicken. But now the thing is will be there in this thing. First I will have another thing. Okay, nums of x comma nums of chickens is like 10. Okay, 10, only 10. Okay, yeah, only 10 chickens. So now I'm going to have another case. So this is why we use a switch case. I'm going to have another case now. So I'm going to have this like case by chicken is like return and dot 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 state. Now it is very important. I have told when I was teaching ES6, I was telling to people that ES6 is very, very important. Okay, you have to learn because of that. So that is there, and state is there, and then nums of chickens is nums of state or nums of chicken -1, and then it's like this, it is there, and then let us have only one more thing here. So this is done. We are going to have only one more thing here, which is a store store dot dispatch, and by chicken we're going to have save it. Okay, hi all. So already saying hi. So this is there. Now what will happen? See, now the same thing will happen what I told earlier. See now, but it has got two states. So a state is an object, initial state is an object. So first the by egg is gone. Then it is first thing is that state it will get it is 110, and then it is like first thing is going as by egg. So it will become 99 and 10. Then again a by egg is going, so it will become 90 to 10. And then the last this by chicken will go, and again the same thing will happen. This by chicken will go here to the action creator. Action creator magically links with the reducer. It is linked, but it will run the second by chicken thing, and dot 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 state it will run, and it will do its -1 or do it -1, and then it will be like this. Okay, so it will be like this. Okay, so it runs like this. So that is there. But the one thing is that people don't like too much easy things, and React people and also didn't like this too much easy thing. This is also very easy. Okay, so what they did, and that actually it is very much important when we are going to see a React project, because in React project you're going to see that everything is a different file. So what we are going to do, we need something known as a combined reducer. So in the React project, what will happen, React Redux project, what will happen, the reducers will be different. So let us try to do that, because the combined reducer concept is there. So combined reducers, everything we will now, again we are going to divide. Again we are going to divide. This functions are different. Okay, but I'm going to have some different states there. Like the initial state is like this. So what I'm going to have here, I'm going to have this initial egg state. Egg state will be like number of eggs, and initial chicken state is like number of chickens, like this. Okay, so this will be there. Now I will have not one reducer, now I will have actually two reducers, two different reducers. Generally we group all the reducers together, means it is not like this is a very small case, but we generally group all the reducers together. So one of them will be like egg reducer, and it will not have this initial state, it will have this initial egg state. And see, this is the egg reducer, I don't have this chicken thing, so I'll remove it. Now similarly this one will be chicken reducer, and initial chicken state like an action type by chicken will be there, and it will be like this by chicken, and it will be like this. Okay, so now we don't have a reducer right now. Okay, we have a chicken reducer and an egg reducer. So now what will happen, we have to import something again from the Redux, which is known as combined reducer. Okay, so I'll come here and do the const combine reducers equal to Redux.combine reducer. Redux.combine reducer I've done. Now I will come here to this. I'll have a new function here. Okay, so const root reducer equal to combine reducer, and now I will have something as different egg. Egg is like this, egg reducer, and chicken will be like the chicken reducer, and I will close it. So this will be like this. Root reducer is combining both the reducers. So I will do this root reducer, and this root reducer will be called here right now. Okay, so now let me save it, and now we'll see again how it runs. See now how it runs. It runs in a different way. Okay, all those logic will be like same, only the reducers we have changed. But see now, this was earlier a complete object was there, which is having numbers of x and numbers of children. Here it is like a in object, inside object there is another object, another key is there, and the value is this, another key is there, value is this. This happened because we make like this egg and chicken. So whatever we name it, it will be happening like this. Okay, this concept is very important to keep in mind when we are going to do the React Redux. Very important. So that is there, and it will be done like this. So this is done like this. Now this is how the combined reducer works. Okay, nothing else is here. So that is done. Now we are going to do what? Now we are going to do something known as a middleware. So what are middlewares? So middlewares are something which adds functionality to a Redux project. Okay, so there are a lot of different kind of middlewares. So like there is a thunk middleware, which is very important and very important interview question also. Thunk middleware, because in production project everybody uses thunk middleware. So whenever you do API call directly you do with React, it is okay, means you can do with the fetch API and something. But when you do API call with your what, with your Redux is also used to do API call. There is central location. A lot of people in a lot of big production projects, the API call will always be done with Redux. At a central location, the API call will be done with Redux, and then we'll get the data and pass it to different places. So this is a very common functionality in big projects. Okay, so that is there. So we are going to, for that we have to learn the thunk middleware. But before learning the thunk middleware, let's learn a simple middleware, which is known as the logger, which is known as Redux logger. Okay, Redux logger. So if we go here, it's like Redux logger is like this, and Redux logger, I'll come here, and yeah, so it is like this. It is very much weekly download and all. You have to again install a package npm i Redux logger. So I will do it, and maybe I will install it here itself, npm i Redux logger. So what it does, it gives us much better logging facility. See, we are getting some log by default here, but with console log. but without console log also we'll get some very good logging facilities. Okay, so for that what we need to do, we have to add this Redux logger. We have just installed it, install the package, so we have to add this. Okay, so we'll come here and we'll do a const Redux logger equal to require Redux logger like this, and then we have to have something like apply middleware, const apply middleware equal to redux dot apply middleware, and const logger equal to redux logger dot create logger. So this is how you use the Redux logger. So that is there, and now we have to come down, and here what we need to do here, after this root reducer we'll have to have another thing known as apply middleware, and this is like logger, apply middleware and logger, and then this const subscribe is there, const subscribe is there, and then after this, actually I don't need this console log, I don't need this console log, so I will going to remove it because we are going to get this feature from the logger. So I'll make it empty, and so I'll make it empty. Initial state I do need, so I'll save it. Now I will go here and run it again. Okay, not this node index of this. See, now see this thing and this thing, this was coming because this update state console log was there, but now see this thing is coming from the Redux logger, a very good way to show it. Okay, let me increase the font size. Okay, so this is like this, initial state is coming. Okay, then what it is showing, that there is an action of buy egg as 2058, my local time 2058 10 606, it's a nanosecond, and at that time the previous state is like this. Okay, again all this, then the action, but then one action came, then the next state become like this, then again something was passed, then some previous state is this, then the action, and then the next state, again some previous state is there, action, and next state. So this is like this is how it all works. Okay, so this is how it will say. And we have something else also, Redux dev tool, known as Redux dev tool, which is even more powerful than this. It has got a nice GUI thing. When we are going to do a React Redux project, I am going to tell that. Okay, so that I'm going to tell at that time. Okay, so this is a small middleware, but the main middleware is the async action middleware, which is like the Redux thunk. So we are going to learn about the Redux thunk now. And Redux thunk, you might think, okay, it is been used to do the API call only. But as I've told earlier, in big production project, the API call is always done through Redux, not like from any component it will be done. Okay, so see, I've been in the industry for the past 16 years. It's only the past 6 months I am a full-time trainer. So I know all these things. I have worked in very big projects. Okay, like the Uber class big projects I have worked. So that is there. So I know all these things, what happens in the industry and all. So take whatever see. Okay, so that is there, and now we are going to create another project, another file, like it will be sync actions.js, async actions.js. Now we are going to do the API call with this. Okay, so API call we are going to do with this. So again we are going to have a const initial state equal to like this, and loading so is false. So generally what happens in any project, when we do the API call, you can show a spinner. API call generally take 1 to 2 seconds, and sometimes it takes more than that. So at that time you can show a good spinner, like loading is initially false, but for that 1 or 2 seconds you can show a spinner or some text like loading. You might have seen it in a lot of websites and all. So when something is slow, it shows that thing. So that thing comes from programming. Okay, users, and then error equal to like this will be there, and then const fetch users request equal to fetch user request, and const fetch user success is equal to fetch user success, and const fetch users failures is equal to fetch users failure we are going to have. Okay, so this is there. Now again we are going to create the action creator section. It is we are going to have. So let us do that. So we are going to have 3 action creators here, and we are going to have something one more. I'm going to tell it later on. So const fetch users request equal to like this, and then I'll have a return type is fetch users request. Then I'll have this const fetch users success equal to users. So like this, and return. Okay. So this return is there, and type is fetch user success, and what it is, okay. Type is fetch user success and payload. There is a concept of payload which I am soon going to say. What is the payload? And payload is also keyword. See, all of these are keywords. Like type is the keyword, payload is also keyword. In payload, you can pass the data. In API call, you always get the data back. You do get API call, you will get the data back. So that data, that is what data. So that will be there. Okay. Then after that, I will have const fetch users failure equal to error, like, and this return that uses failure and payload is error. Okay, payload is error. Now let's save it, and now we'll have the reducer. Okay, now we'll have the reducer. Const reducer equal to state initial external action is there. Okay, that is there. And now I will have three things. Okay, so one is like this fetch users request, which will be state, and loading will be true, and the second will be loading will false. I want to have all the three states. Okay, and I will have the error also equal to this, and here also I will have this in the failure. Okay, I will have the users like this. So what I'm having it here. So in the case of first answer, we're going to soon going to see the complete picture. Complete picture very important to see here. Fetch users request. When a fetch users request is coming, I'm having whatever the state is coming. Loading is true. I'm doing because loading is initially false. So this will be done when the API call is been made. Now the API call generally have two results. Either will get the data or will not get the data because some error is there. So if you get the data, then the fetch user success will run. And here I have to make the loading first. And users is action.payload. Whatever I get the data back, I am putting it in the action.payload, and error I am doing it like this. Then fetch, okay, then fetch users, comma is there. Fetch users failure. In the case of failure, so either this will run or this will run. Loading I'm making false again, and users I'm making this an empty array because I have not got any data, and error is action.payload because I got some error. Now how we'll get this thing, how I will get all this error and all, we're going to see this thing. And now again we are going to do the Redux thing, and let's do the Redux. So const Redux equal to require Redux, and const create store equal to Redux dot create a store, like this. And then we'll come here and const store equal to create a store reducer, again like that. But okay, so before moving forward, we are going to have two things here. So we need to have the Axios and Redux thunk here to work properly. So Redux thunk is required. Again, Redux thunk is a middleware. To do a API call, we need a middleware known as Redux thunk. Without it, the API call cannot be done in your Redux project. Why it cannot be done? Because what happens here, see, when the action created to the reducer goes through an API call, it takes around 1 or 2 seconds, but it passes very fast. So middleware always sits here, sits in the middle. So whenever action created for API call has been done, it starts off, stop it, and then it goes to the reducer. So Redux thunk is always required to do that API call. Okay, so I will come here and I have to install this thing. Okay, so I'll do npmi Axios and Redux thunk. Axios and Redux thunk I'm going to do, and both of them is installed. Now we have to use it. Okay, we have to use it. So we'll go here and const apply middleware equal to redux.apply middleware const func middleware equal to require redux func.default. This you have to use like this, and const axios equal to require axios. See, this const things I'm taking. When you work on a Node.js project, you have to use something like this. It is not a pure very big Node.js project, but you have to use it like this. Okay, you cannot use it like import statement like in React. Okay, you have to use it like this. So that is there, and then I am here, and one sec. Okay. Okay, so we are going to apply the middleware here. Create a store reducer, comma, apply middleware is like chunk middleware I'm going to do, and save it. So this chunk middleware will be done. Now what we are going to do? So we have to again do this store dot subscribe will be like this, and console dot log store dot get state like this is there, and then store dot dispatch is like I'm going to do a store dot dispatch is fetch users. Actually I'm going to create a new function. So as I told, a lot of things will be shown right now. This fetch users, that was not, I'm going to have one more function which is actually going to call all the other functions. So this fetch users I'm done doing. So I'll go here and I'll do write const fetch users equal to like this, and here I have to first thing we have to do is the return function dispatch I have to do. Okay, dispatch I have to do, and then dispatch. See now what is happening. Dispatch fetch users request I'm doing. So what is this fetch users request? So when I do this all in React, in Redux, what happened? Everything you have to do with fetch only, dispatch only. Okay, fetch users request I'm going to do. I'll go here, fetch users request. So this is actually the parent function kind of thing which is holding everything. So when I'm starting this thing, I'm running this fetch users request. So fetch users request will go here, and as I've told, this is connected to the reducer, so it will go to the reducer and fetch users request, and it will take whatever state is there, it will do that and make the loading is true. Okay, so that is done. Then immediately after this I am doing a axios.get, doing the API call to the users endpoint, and users endpoint I'm doing, and the response I'm getting mapping through it users dot maybe the name I'll do user dot name is the thing, and then what I'm doing here user dot name I'm getting an array of string like this. Okay, so this endpoint is there, this endpoint I'm hitting. Those who knows, I always hit generally this endpoint or the post endpoint. So this endpoint I'm hitting, and dot name I'm taking, and actually dot name I'm taking, I'm creating array of strings. Then after that the fetch users or success users is there, so I will get some data, and see then only execute when some it is the data is successfully, we are going to got the data successfully. Then the data which I've got and I stored it here, I'm passing it to fetch user success. Fetch user success, I'm passing the data. Data is actually an array of a string. Data is actually a array of a string. So array of a string is there, array of a string of name, and then that payload will users will come to this payload. Okay, so this payload will come, then it will again call this switch this reducer it will call, and it will come here to the second case, and it will make the loading is false, loading is true right now because of the previous thing, and then it will make this users is action.payload. Action.payload is what? So this users is actually different. Action.payload it is doing means it will whatever the payload is coming, and then it will be done. And in the case of error, this will run. So right now it will know it is no error, it will run exactly perfectly. So just we need to do this node sync like this, async.js maybe, and see what is happening. First time this is run, loading is true and all, loading is true and all. As I've told, this one is running. Because of this loading is true, this is coming. Then the second time loading is false, and I have a users which is like this. All the users are coming back from there, which as I told, it's a array of a string because I'm changing it to array of a string here. So this is what I will, and error is 0. So this is how it works. So suppose, but how the error will run? So for to see the error running, I will make it a bit wrong. I made it a bit, the endpoint I have made wrong. So I'll go here and I'll run it. So again, see, it takes 1 second actually. And now the users is this and request failed with status 204. So again, it will go here, but this time it will call this failure. Failure it will call, and this will go here. Users, it will make this as empty string, empty array, and error is action.payload, which is actually a string, whatever error I'm getting. Request failure status 404 because it means it didn't find it. So this is like this, and let me make it right, and that is how it works. Okay, so this actually this with the Redux it is done. So now what we are going to do, we are going to do this project with React, the main thing. So this is not how mainly it is. It was only to teach you all people how it is done. So now the main thing is like using it with the React project. So let us do that. And for that, I have to create a, I'll come one step down, and I will create a React app and text it React Redux demo like this. Good. So again, it will take some time. See, again, the same. The thing is that not much things changes. Copy image. Okay. See this. This was the aim. This was the thing which was there. If you will see the React thing, it's like the React app base has been done. Everything else is same, like dispatch, reducer, subscribe. Everything else will be same. Nothing else will be different. But this is a real thing. This is how it will be used in the real world, and everything will have Redux. See, React. Sometimes it seems it is very easy with the concept of a state and your lifecycle matters and all. It's very small. But after that, you have to learn Redux also. You have to learn React router also. So those things you have to learn. So those things are not that much easy. Okay, but you have to learn those things. Then only you become a React.js developer. Then only people are paid that much for that reason only. So that is there. So now it is very fast. So that is good. So I'll open this project like this. React Redux demo. I'll open, and let me do a npm start, and oh, sorry, I actually forgot to open it with VS Code, because otherwise how we will work. Okay. Okay. Actually, let me make it, take it here, because we need this thing. Okay? We need this thing because I'm going to show the similarities. I'm going to show the similarities. Okay. So let it be like this, and let it be like this, and okay, and this has been shown. I don't want it to be that much big. It's okay. But now it's a React app, so I will definitely have a UI. So let it be this much. Okay. Okay. So let's get started. And what we are going to have here. So Redux always have some pattern. Redux always have some pattern. You have to have some pattern in Redux. So what is going to have here in SRC? I'm going to have a first thing is that, okay, I have to install something more also. So let's install those things. But since my terminal is already occupied, I will open the integrated terminal and install it by npmi redux. So Redux I have to install, but there is another library known as React React Redux. It's a library which connects React with Redux. It is very important to have both of these things. So I'm going to install both of these things now. Okay. So now I'm going to create a component. Okay, here in the SRC, I'm going to create a component. next like this, and it is like a container. So we are going to have again the same thing, a container, and right now it is like RAFCE, and we'll soon come back here, but let us have something right now. Okay, div and h2 number are x, and button is I. This is there. So this will be the, see, React always have this components and all. So that's why all the files will be different. Okay, so we are going to have this thing. So maybe from one component we are going to give that thing, and one component getting the data back, the state. So it is like dispatching the action creator, and also changing the state and getting back the data. So we're going to see those things in a very nice way. So this container is there. Now in Redux, as I told, there are a lot of different ways to filter Redux things. So whenever you go to some project, you're going to see that, okay, so this is one of the method to do a Redux, and this is some other method. There is a pattern, means the way we create the folders, that is also very important. So that is there. So I will go to, we are going to do a project also after this. You're going to see that pattern also there, means is there. So I will have this header now removed, and instead of this header I will have this egg container like this, and then let me remove this thing and save it. And okay, it's not showing because I have to do, oh, npm start is not done. Npm start. Okay, npm start is done, and I'm going to see like this, but this is not the main thing. So as I've told, we are going to have all those concepts like this action creator, reducer, all those concepts, store, we are going to have. But in a React Redux app, it has been done in a different way. So everything has a different file. So I'm going to come here in the src, I'm going to go, and src I'm going to create a folder known as Redux, and inside that folder I'm going to create another folder known as egg. I have everything related to egg here. So I will have a new file, egg actions.js. Then I will have this egg types.js. Then I will, okay, first let me make these two things because I'll have a reducer and all also. So let me must make these two things. So this egg action, you're going to see how is this egg action. Okay, where is my other one? Okay, see, I'll come here, and maybe I'll comment this out. Okay, this is also becoming small. I don't want it to be small. So okay, we'll go to this egg one. So I have this like this function is there. So we'll have this function here again, and we can make it as an arrow function, and like this first thing. Okay, first let me do this thing, const by x. So I'm going to do this egg type const by, but since it's a different file, I want to use it in a different file. I will do a export. I'll do export. Now I'll come to this egg action. I have to create this action. So instead of creating a normal function, let's create an arrow function. It doesn't matter, you can do anything, but it is always better to create an arrow function. But first thing is that this act type I have to import. Since it was in the same file, so I was using. And one thing you might be asking, why I'm using it like this, like string thing. This is a like industry standard. Everybody uses it like this. Okay, so import by egg from egg types, and export const by egg equal to like this, and return. So same thing, but there we were not using this info, so I'm not going to use that thing. Okay, so report is this there. Now we need to do the reducer. Okay, reducer we are going to do. So let us make the reducer. So again, inside this only, I'm going to have a egg reducer dot js. I'm going to have, and here again the first thing is that this types I have to save. So this types I have to copy, and this then, so I'll have some Here every file will be different. Okay, so const initial state equal to like this, and num of, okay, it is not like num of x, same thing, is equal to 100. So same thing I will have, so like this, but I have this here, the combined reducer thing. Here also we'll have the combined reducer thing from the day one, like this. So now after this I will take this thing, because it will same thing, it will be there. Const act reducer is like state, and initial like state is not there, so initial state I will take, and action will be there. Action will by against like this number nums of num segments, so exactly the same thing. And again it's a different file, so I have to export it. Export default like reducer, save it. Now I have done this. Okay, so now we are going to, now the time is for the store. So store was also here in the same file, but we are going to have this in the different file, and we are going to have a common store. Soon we are going to sell chicken also, so we are going to have a common store. So in this Redux I'll come and I'll do a store dot as will do, and again here import create store from Redux is there, import add reducer from add reducer, I'm doing it, and then const store. So think of this when we are having that only the add thing when we are doing in this Redux problem. So it is like this. Okay, what I'm doing. Okay. Const store equal to create a store add reducer, and we have to export this store also. Export default store, export default store, save it. Now we'll go to this app.js. Okay, app.js will go. See here, one thing is a bit different. Okay, one thing is a bit different. What is a bit different here? So here the thing is that here we have some concept of a provider. So provider we have to add in the main file, means the starting file, which is mostly the app.js. Okay, index, nobody uses in index.js, everybody uses it in app.js. Okay, so this app.js is there. So here we have to come here and we have to do a provider, and provider from React Redux. It is not from Redux. Provider from React Redux comes. Okay, and I have to wrap these things. Okay, so it's always better. Okay, I've done it in the wrong place. Provider, I will do it here. Provider, and provider will wrap this act container, and so a bit of different concept is there, I know, and I have to in this I have to pass the store, because in fact React is totally different concept. Okay, so this store I have to do this store. What is this store? This store is this the Redux store which I have just saved, this store. So I have to wrap it with this provider, with this Redux store. Okay, so I will give the attendance. Okay, so that is there, and then after this I will come here and in this Redux I'll come and index.js I'll do, and here I'll do export. This index is actually required. Index is actually required to have it in a easier way. Okay, no. Index is from index dot and again actions. Okay, like this I have to do. Save it, and then the main thing, all the things have been set up. Okay, all the things have been set up. Now what we need to do, we need to go to the add container. Okay, add container we need to go, And here we have a bit of a different logic. Okay, so to do all these things, I'm going to explain it today, and I'm going to explain it in the next class also, because this is a bit of difficult logic. So the first thing is that how to have this thing. Like here it was very easy. I did the dispatch and all these things, but here it's a bit different thing. There are two things are there. There is a first thing is that there is a connect function is there. So import connect on React Redux. Okay, give the attendance found. Okay, so this is there, and so so what we need to do here, first is that there is a connect thing is that, as I have told, we have to do this, and we have to change this to a higher order component. There was a very complicated logic in React 3-4 years back. It is actually still there. It is not gone anywhere, in which you can change a function to a higher order function by adding some functionality to it. So all this third party library like Redux and React Redux, React Router, they used to use this thing a lot. And there's a newer way in Redux, which I'm going to tell in the next class, which is very good way, which you're going to see. But this way also you should know that is very new, only 1 year back. And in most of the project, the older way will be there. So here what we have to do in the connect, I have to do a map state to props. This is again a keyword. You can take it differently, but mostly you should take it like this. So map state to props and map dispatch to props. Map dispatch to props will be there. So these two things will be there. Map state to props and map dispatch to props. These two things. Now, what is this map state to props? Map state to props is used to get the state. Map dispatch to props is used to dispatch the dispatch action creator. It is used to dispatch the action creator. So now we are going to have both of these things. So now, first thing is that const map state to props equal to state. So this is the global state which I am getting from the store. This is a global state. Then here I'm going to have, and then return nums of x equal to state of nums. Actually, this nums of x is a local state, local props here. You're going to see state dot not x, it is state dot nums of x only. This state dot nums of x will give me access to this 100 value, whatever is there. So with this, I will also prepare. Okay, so how to use this thing here? Okay, so this thing, there's a bit different concept, which is like a props will come. So this is not a React props, this is a Redux prop. So this thing only we are calling as a props. This is a bit weird thing. I'm going to explain it again tomorrow. So this nums of x is there, and then I'm going to have like this props dot nums of x, props dot nums of x. But this nums of x is this one, this local state, and this state dot nums of x, actually I could have named it something different. X also I could have named, but it's okay. State of nums of x is this from the store, from the reducer, what we are getting. So if I do this, I will save it, and if my system is like connected, map dispatch to, okay, map dispatch props are not run. So let me do that quickly. Const map dispatch to props equal to, okay, let us complete the code. Dispatch, and then this return is there, and then by egg is like dispatch. I'm not going to do it like this. Dispatch of by egg is there. By egg, this by egg is I can directly do it from here. That is the reason I created the index dot redux. I can do, save it. Okay, now it is coming. Now something is not working, and button on click equal to props dot by. Okay, something is not coming, and okay, this means we created all those things, and I told how the data moves from one place to another. So that was the thing which I already told. But the thing is that how is this thing working? So let us See this again. So to make any component a React Redux component, we have to do this connect thing. So connecting I have done yesterday, and in the connect, then I have this map state to prop and map dispatch to props, and I have this egg containers which was there. So first thing is that from React we need to do Redux. We need to do two things. One is the getting the state, and one is to something dispatch the action created to change the state, So here what is there? So first thing is there, see, you're seeing this map state to props is there. Okay, so map state to props is used to get the global state. Okay, global state, and we have to do something like this: connect map dispatch state to props and map dispatch to props. There are two functions are there: map state to props and map dispatch to props, and you have to use them both to connect it. Okay, that is there. And then your map state to props is there, in which we will give the state, and then in the return I'm giving the nums of x. So this nums of x is actually local nums of x. I can have it x also, it doesn't matter, but this is the main thing: state dot nums of x. This is the global one. This is what is coming from the reducer or maybe the store, because it is directly connected to the store. It is coming from there. Okay, this nums of x is there, but how to access this nums of x in this container? So that is also a bit of difficult to understand. It you cannot access directly, you have to access it through props. So this props dot nums of x is there, which is actually this nums of x, props dot nums of x. Similarly, when we do some action creator, again we have to send some function. So this by egg I'm sending, again you have to access it through props dot by egg I'm accessing, props dot by egg I'm accessing. And then this dispatch is a different dispatch, is used with Redux. This dispatch, if I click here, so it will go to this action creator, and now our everything is working fine. Okay, so this was there. So this was which we learned in the previous class itself. Okay, so now we will go ahead, and as I told, there is an easier way. There is actually an easier way to do all these things, and that is with the help of your a hook, a custom made hook from React Redux team. So they also found out that this is very tough. People don't understand this thing much. Map state prop, map dispatch prop. There is a props. What is this for? This is not a React. This is a Redux props. This is what is this state? This is not a normal state. Normal state is always with this dot state, and normal state cannot be in a functional component, but it is in a functional component. So means it is some different state. This is a Redux state. So these confusing terms are there because React also have a state, and they are also having a state. React also have props, they are using a prop. So this is a bit confusing. So what React Redux team has done, which integrates React with Redux, they have created two custom built hooks. Okay, so how we're going to use that to make our life simpler? So I'll come here, and in this component I will have another thing like hooks egg container dot js. I do, and again RAFCE. So here, what will I don't have to make it some special thing like with connect or something and all those things. Okay, so what I have to do here again, let us have a bit of things. So after this div, I will have this like h2 is num of hook x is like this, and here button of buy egg is there. Okay, so first thing we'll see how to get the numbers of eggs. So there is a special hooks known as the use selector hook from React Redux, not from React but from React Redux. Import use selector from React Redux, and then const num of x equal to use selector state, and state dot nums of x, like this is state dot nums of x. I'm accessing state dot nums of x, but I'm not using all this complicated logic like map state to props or something. Okay, I'm just using like use selector hook from React Redux, and this again can be anything. Here also we take it as nums of x, but here also it's okay to take it as nums of x. But the thing is that now I don't have to use all this complicated logic like props and connect also is not there, map state to props is not there. Okay, I can directly use it like this, nums of x. I will come here and I'll do it directly like this, and it is done. This much simple it is. Just now I have to add it also. So I will come here and inside this I will add this hook and container and hook container. I do save it. Hopefully it will be done. Yeah, it is done. See, number of hooks is 91. It is not yet, we have not yet done this thing. By why normal, like it will be hook egg, that is different, but this is working fine. See, I'm doing, because this is a global state. So this is one of the benefit of Redux. Means people will ask why not to use context API. This is the reason why you cannot use a context API, because I can actually change the state from here. It is like a global store in which a global state is there. I can change it from here. Okay, so this is like that, it is there. Okay, so now the next part of this thing is the dispatch. How to dispatch this action, because we have to add something in this by. Okay, right now there is nothing is there. I have not added anything. So how to do this? Again the React Redux people have made another hook, okay, which is known as use dispatch hook. Okay, comma use dispatch hook, and use dispatch hook is used for dispatching, like this dispatching, but the logic is again very easy, like const dispatch equal to use dispatch, like this. Now I can directly come here and on click equal to like this, and this patch of by egg, dispatch of by egg, and save it. So it is telling me by egg is not defined, because we have to define it like this, like the same thing. Okay, save it, and now see 84 was the latest one, and I can do it from here also. It is working fine. So see how easy this code is in comparison to this. The map, state to prop map, dispatch, for all of these things are not there. So if you're using Redux today, it is very easy. Only you have to understand that logic which I have told yesterday. Go back to yesterday's class and you will understand that logic. So you have to understand that logic, how all these things, how all this the action creator is done, then the reducer is done, and the store is done. All these things you will understand it. Okay, so this is how it is done. So now we are going to learn about the multiple reducers, because we have seen that in our Redux example also, that multiple reducers we are going to learn, and it's always better to okay have that opened. Okay, one sec, have it open, because we are going to compare both of those things. Okay, so let me open it in Sublime actually. I'm opening what I'm opening the earlier code. Why it is important? Because I'm going to show the comparison, means what is there. Okay, what is, why it is, means how it is there. Okay, so it is like in the workshop and okay, Redux demo. See all of the things as when I was doing this thing, I told at that time also that all of the things are like, here we have in a different files, but here we have in the same file. So the difference is that only. Okay, so that is there. And now as here we have multiple reducers, so here we will also have multiple reducer. So what we are going to have now, so we are going to have now your my chicken also. So the shopkeeper is started to keep chicken also. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to have inside this Redux, again we need to have all the different files and all. Okay, so let me close some of them here. Like the in Redux folder, we'll have another folder like chicken. So this is one of the, actually this format is also very important. Whenever you go to some project, we are going to do a project after this in which I'm going to use a different format, but it depends upon your team lead or your architect what format they choose. This is one of the format. Means you can have a Redux folder, inside that you have all these folders. There can be different kind of folders. Okay, format. Okay, so this Redux I'm going, and then I'm going to chicken. I'll see chicken, and then I will have this chicken actions.js, and just like this. Chicken reducer.js, and chicken types.js. Yes, so all these three things I have. Again, I will have first thing is like this buy chicken thing will be there, and I'll come here and in the chicken types like this, but I have to export it. I have to export it because this is a different file, so I have to export it. It's okay. Then we are going to go to your chicken reducer and okay, and reduce no chicken actions we are going to do. Let me copy it from here. Chicken actions I'm going to go, and here it will be buy this buy chicken from not egg types, it will be chicken types, and it will not be buy egg, it will be buy chicken, and this is like buy. Yes, save it, and the chicken action is the same thing. So when you do Redux again, and you will see that the same logic has been repeated again and again and now. So here after this, I'll have this index. We were exporting from here index. So what is the benefit for exporting from index? The benefit is that I can, when I was using it in a component, I can directly take the name. That is the benefit of having it in this index. Export by chicken from chicken and chicken actions is there, so that is there. Chicken from chicken, and yeah, so that is okay. So let me close it, and now we have to create the reducer. So the reducer, where is the reducer? So the reducer will also be like same like this. It will be like this. First thing is that in like this, here I will have import then const initial state equal to an object and num of, let it be 10, and then we are going to have the const like this. See, all this logic is going the same only, but it will be initial state because they're separate file. It is not required to have a name like that. Okay, buy chicken, and this is all same like the number of chicken. So something is wrong here. Nums. Okay, in the reducer it was num on nums. Num, maybe num, well I should be, it should be same amount of chickens. If I taken here there that by that name, it is okay. So this is then done, and I have to also export it. Export default and chain reducer. I'm exporting it, but now I have multiple reducers. Now how to do it? How to do this all things? Here we have something known as a root reducer. So I have opened this file for that reason. Here we have a root reducer. Here also we are going to have a root reducer. But how to use this root reducer? This root reducer thing. Here we have to create a new file known as a root reducer. So I'll come here, and inside this Redux, I'll create a root reducer .js, root reducer .js. Okay, so again something like combine reducer and all those things have to do, but this is the node.js import. So node.js imports are there, but we have to use this imports. Okay, so import combine reducers from Redux is there first thing, and then I'll have those okay, both of the chicken reducer and the egg reducer. So I'll have import egg reducer from egg reducer, import chicken reducer, and then I have exactly same like this, const root reducer equal to combine reducer, exactly like this. Because this is also coming from Redux only. So const root reducer equal to combine reducer, egg and egg reducer, and chicken reducer will be there. And then I have to export this thing. Okay, export default root reducers. I'm exporting it. So that is there. Now in the store, where is my store? in the store, what I'm going to, I'm not going to have the egg reducer, I'm going to have the root reducer now. Okay, it's like the root root reducer will be there. Let me cut it. And root reducer has been imported. Now, okay, one sec. Is it giving some error? Okay, buy chicken was not where it is not founding, and the components egg container okay, Redux. Oh, index.js, some error is there. This index.js, the error is there. Oh, it is also telling me this. Okay. So where is my, so many files are open. I got it where the error is there. Not the chicken reducer. I'm just closing the files. And there is an error here in the actions actually. It is, oh, buying is okay, but where is your, oh, see, copy pasting mistake. Copy pasting mistake. It should be, I, no, it is coming. Now it is coming, but we have a problem. The problem is that it is showing as nothing is there. Okay, nothing is there. So this problem has occurred, okay, because of a reason. Okay, and let us fix that thing, because you're already seeing it. The reason is that now we don't have something like state. It is coming because of this too. Okay, now we don't have something like state.nums of x, or here uh, state.nums of x is not there. Here also state.nums of x is not there. So what is there actually? So there, okay, Sublime Text doesn't have an inbuilt terminal. When we were doing these things, and this thing root reducer we did, we saw that thing there was an egg was created, and inside the egg we had like object. Right now it is like object. Inside the object there is another object. Okay, like egg is there, and inside that another object is there. So now the state, I'm going to show it again, show it soon with our Redux tool also, Redux dev tool. Okay, I'm going to show the exact thing. I'm saving it for that. So here now what is happening when we do this root reducer, the state become a bit different. It is not like props.nums of egg. No, it is not state.nums of egg. It's just state.egg.nums. So whatever I'm giving it here, it will become like that. I'll show it in detail and save it. And if I come here, see, it is showing us correctly. In this egg container, it is showing correctly. Hook also I'll go and state.egg.nums of x I'll do, and it will show correctly, and it is also working fine. So now the thing which was remaining was like we don't have a chicken container. So let us make the chicken container, and chicken container will make it like this egg container only. Use this use selector and use this stash things. Okay, so I will come here and I'll create anything like hooks in container. Okay, container spelling is like not this, container dot js, and hooks chicken container dot js, rfce, and here like same thing we are going to have. Okay, so it's better, but let me copy paste, but this time I think I will not do the mistake. Copy pasting is always creates this mistake. Okay, so by it is like where is his name? Let me not do that again. By okay, chicken, and then here num of should open some maybe reducer. Okay, numbers of chickens. So numbers of chickens, and it is chicken. Okay, it is chicken. Again, from where it comes? It comes from root reducer. Root reducer, this thing is the chicken, so it will come from there. Okay, state dot chicken dot num of chickens, so like this, and dispatch is like dispatch only. And again, I'm going to, where is my this, yes, I'll have num of hook comes, num of chickens, on click dispatch by chicken, like by hook. Save it. It will not come definitely because I have not even imported it in the app.js. So I'll come here and hook, so chicken container like this, save it, and see, it will come like this. Now if I do it, it will be working fine. So means everything is working fine. So that is done, and everything is working fine. We fixed a small issue was there also, that we fixed. Okay, so now we are going to learn about middlewares. So first thing to learn about is the logger middleware, and then we are going to, even before going to thunk and all, we are going to add something similar to logger middle, which I have told earlier that when we are going to do React Redux, I'm going to do that. So it is on a Redux dev tool. It's a very good Chrome extension and Firefox extension, but there is a different way to use it. It means installing it is also a bit difficult, and I'm going to tell, because in any production project which you go, this dev tool is a must. Everybody uses it in the production project. Okay, so first thing is that we are going to learn about the logger middleware, which we have already seen, and which I've seen that it is some nice logs and all. And we need to, actually we need log at this time, because I want to show what is the state, because I told that the state become complicated, but how complicated it has become, we have to see that thing. Okay, so now what I'm going to do here, I have to install that logger again. So let me open this integrated terminal only, and I'll do npm I redux logger. I'll do and it is done. Redux logger is done. Now we will come to this store. I'll come, and here in the store, after this root reducer, I'll have this. First thing is that after create a store, I'll have the apply middleware. I'll have, and then I'll have this logger. And here the import statements are very easy. So if I go back to this example, the import statements were not that much easy, because this is a Node.js kind of import. They are never easy. Node.js kind of imports are never easy. React kind of imports are very easy. So import logger from the Redux logger is there, and then store, create a store, root reducer, comma, apply middleware, and logger is there like this. And so now we don't need to add anything more here in the logger. So this is all done, and we'll come here and we'll inspect it, and we'll go to the console. Now I will do this. Okay, see the logger, it is coming from the logger. And now, as I've told, I want to show one thing. What is the previous state? See, the previous state, as I've told, it is like egg. A big egg is there, means object is there, which have state is like a big object is there. Object, inside the object we have a egg key, and the value is again this thing. So it is like an inside an object we have again a key of egg, and the value is an object, key of chicken, and the value is an object. So inside object we have a nested object kind of thing. So this is very important to show, and because of that only we have to do this thing state.egg. And this all become because of the root reducer. We use it like this. This had happened in a Redux project also. So this is here also. And now I'll do this. You can see again this thing. This logger is very good and all. So we get all the details at what when the buy action is done, at what nanosecond previous state action, everything comes. But it is okay. But it is still a plain text kind of a thing. Plain text kind of a thing. Okay. So what we are going to use, we are going to use something known as a Redux type tool. What is Redux type tool? It's a Chrome extension and Firefox extension also. You go here and you do Redux dev tools. Redux dev tools you are going to do, and here it's a Chrome extension, but so it is like this. You have to add it. I already have it, so it is showing me now. But where is this GitHub link? Everything is open source nowadays. If it is not open source, it will not work. Nowadays, every technology which is not open source, it is gone, like .NET. Okay, so, why it is telling me this? Okay, wait a sec. Okay, so okay, no longer in the home, or it is up to the home. Okay, whatever is there, it is the home. Whatever what I can do with the home and all. Okay, so the uses and all is there. So uses like same only. So when you come here, anyways, I'm going to tell the user. The first thing is that you have to add this thing like the Redux Dev tool extension in your npm, and then we have to use it in our project. Okay, so save is okay. Let me take it whatever. Good, right? Command J, and I will add it. Okay, I'll add it Redux Dev tool extension. I'm adding it. So now what we need to do, actually they have also told us what to do. Compose with that, this thing will come now. This is done. No, so again we have to add it in the store. So I'll go to the store, and this compose that extension I have to copy, and here I'll come and compose that extension. Now this apply middleware logger and whatever is there, apply, the main thing is the apply middleware have to be covered in this like this. Apply middleware, save it. Apply middleware, save it. Now if I go back here and I will close it, now I'll open the dev tools, means where I will open the dev tool. Okay, so here, okay, this Redux has been shown. So this is the dev tool. I'll click here and it will show me like this. See, so this is nice pictorial kind of representation. It is more advanced than the Redux logger, and Redux logger is not required if you're going to use this thing. Mostly in most of the production projects, people uses this only. See how beautiful it is. Like it is showing me the initial state, whatever is the state. You should be here, nums of x and all. Even I can see the raw kind of a thing. Raw is sometimes very easy, useful to see. See, as I was telling, there is a bigger object is there, and inside that there is a key is there, and then there is another object is there. Chicken is there, another object is there. So this is like that. And then okay, let keep it here only. Then if I do a buy x, see this thing will come. So buy has done. You'll see like this. Okay, I'll see the, like this. Okay, 99 is done and 10 is there. Then I'll do a my chicken, exactly the time will be shown like this. Let me have a this, and this. Okay, so it has come like this. Okay, so right now the state is like this, 94, and this is 8. Now there is one more feature here. Okay, I can come here and play it, and it will play like a movie from the starting. It will play like a movie. So this is like this have a lot some other things also, but the main thing is that every developer likes it, means to use this tool. This is a very important tool. Okay, so this is a Redux step tool is there. So now the next thing which we are going to do are the payloads. Okay, are the payloads we are going to do. Let me make it small again. So before even going to this your async JavaScript and all, async not async JavaScript, async same fetch thing we are going to see here again in here, that fetch thing. What fetch thing I'm talking about? I'm talking about this async actions which you have seen here. So this example we're going to see it here on also. But before that, let's do some other things which is remaining. Let's do those things. Okay, so let me close it. We don't need it. It's not that much complicated thing. So I'll come here and we are going to learn about the action payload now. Okay, action payload and all we are going to learn. So let me close all these things. Root reducer, we don't need it. Chicken reducer and I'll close one of them. So suppose I want to have the number been passed. Number been passed means like here I'm always buying one egg or one chicken, but I want to buy multiple. Then what will happen? I want to pass the number. See, suppose I want to buy 12 eggs, which is generally which we do. So how to do that? How to do that? We are going to see that thing. So for that, I'm going to create another new component, and this is like a new egg container.js, new container.js, and here I'll have a RAFCE. It is okay, but the thing is that let us use this time the connecting. Why connecting? Because this is still there. As I've told, this hook thing is only 1 year old, so generally people uses this thing also. If something is 1 year old, they'll use this thing. Even a project is 1 year old, you'll have this logic a lot. Okay, connect and buy is there. I've done. Okay, now the next thing which I have to do is to make it a higher order function like this. Make the higher order function. First thing is that this should be like this, and then I'll have it like this. Higher order function. It is done. Now let us have the same thing like here. We'll have here. I'm going to have a props I'm going to have, and then both of these things I'm going to have map state to props and map dispatch to props. I'm going to have both of them, map dispatch to props, both of them. But and even let us have this number of X and buttons. So X is like this. But now what we are going to have, so let us change all this thing. We are going to have a input box also in which I can enter the number of X. So I will come here and I will do input type is number, and okay, so let us have a state variable first. So const number comma set number equal to use state and state has come use state of 1. So I will have a number of X as 1 first, because I want to have at least one thing there. Okay, so then value I have to do value equal to number and on change equal to e set number is e dot target dot value. E dot target dot value. Okay, so this is like this. Set number is e dot target dot value. Just have a number thing which will change the number. Now what we are going to do, we need to pass this number. We need to pass this number. So how to do that? For that, the first thing which we are going to have, we are going to have to pass the number here. It will not be empty. We are going to change our action also soon. Okay, so number, and here also in the bag I'm going to pass the number, but I have to pass it from here. So let me pass it with parameters like this, and props dot bag is like this. Number is like this, and by number act is like this. Save it. Now before even doing it, we are actually changing this by action creator a bit. Okay, so how we are changing it, we might pass one also, or we might pass a number also. So we have to do a bit of change in our code. So this by thing I will open, and here I'm going to pass a default parameter. See, everything from ES6 is been used. I has always told that everything from ES6 we are going to use. So this is the ES6 concept I'm going to use. By equal to number. Why I'm using this thing? By equal number equal to one. I'm doing this because suppose in this case I'm not passing anything in this egg container. I'm not passing anything. I'm just directly passing by egg. So it will get no parameter. So this default parameter of one will be taken. So our earlier code doesn't break. This is very important. Our earlier code should not break with the new changes. Okay, and now we will introduce a new concept which is known as a payload. So payload is again a keyword. So type is there, and we can have another keyword like payload. Payload is also this. I'll save it, and payload number is there. So that is there. Now we will go to this reducer, egg reducer. We are going to go, and in this egg reducer also we have to change. It is not always -1. Okay, it will not always be -1. What it will be, this action, see, action dot type we were doing. So like that, action dot payload also we can do, and it can be 1 2 3 4 anything. So it will be like action dot payload, action dot payload. Let's save it. Action dot payload is there. Now let us go to the app, and here I'll have this new egg container. I'll do, and let me save it. So now we'll have this number. So by default one is been shown. So if I do buy one egg, it will be there. But if I do a buy 10 egg, so it is also changing this here. Okay, so buy 10 egg, it is working fine. It is working fine. So this is how it is working. It is working fine. Okay, so now the next thing which we are going to do is there is another functionality known as map state to props, own props. Okay, own props. What is this? Okay, so again let us have another container. Like it will be now not be a new add container and all. It will be like, okay, container. Let me post some of them. Okay, so it will be like a item container because we don't know what it will be there. I'm going to tell what we're going to do now. Okay, so here I will come, and the components I'll do, and I'll go and do item container.js, item container.js, and here RFC is there, and then here again connect I'll do, then here props will be there, and this thing will be on, and here to item props dot item, because we're going to do the same map state to props thing. So let us do that. Okay, so one more thing, we can only have the map state to props also. Maybe we are going to add it later on, but let us start with like one thing I want to show, that we can directly have in a lot of cases in a Redux project, what will happen, you'll only have a one thing. Okay, so like this connect connect map state to props like this, and then like this item containers connect map state to props are done. So now this let us do this thing, and const map state to props equal to, we are going to have two parameters here, state comma own props. So what is this own props? We're going to see that thing. What is this own props and all? Okay, own props is like const item state equal to own props dot egg, then it will be state dot egg, but there is nothing like state dot egg dot num of the action introduce num of x. So let me have it right, num of x, and this is like num of chicks. And see, I'm doing it wrong, so it's better to have it from here. How much chickens I'll do? So it is like okay. Now I will have a, after this I will have a return like this, and item is like item state. Okay, so we are having a different thing here. So like this map dispatch to prop, also we are going to have this thing. But what will happen, we are going to pass some props, and depending on it, it will be either state.x dot nums of x, okay, or it will be, see, we are actually doing this statement only, but depending upon something, a state dot chicken or nums of chickens is there. Okay, so depending on what we're doing. So let us now go back to this your app.js, and here I will do a, what is this props, what is this props, okay, this item container, and I can pass this egg here. So this is the prop, this is the own props thing, and item container, nothing is been passed. Sometimes egg will be passed and sometimes nothing will be passed, because see, we are going to have it like this. Okay, so if the egg is passed in on props, egg is passed, then it is like this. If nothing is passed, then it is chicken. So that's the reason. See, it is showing me 89. First time it is showing me this 89, which is for egg, and 10 is for chicken. So it is showing me like this. So now the other thing which we are going to have, we are going to have some buy items also. So let us do that map dispatch to props also. We'll create that. Okay, so now we are going to come here and comma map dispatch to props I'll do, and then again const map dispatch to props equal to dispatch and own props. Again we are going to have the own props. Okay, so now if you come here, okay, so we have some in dispatch, we always have a function, okay, like this. So let us have a function like this, const dispatch fn equal to own props dot egg, and it is, if it is there, then we're going to have this again, but we are going to directly do this function like dispatch patch and buy egg, or dispatch and buy chicken. Okay, dispatch and buy chicken. So we need to have actually both of them now. Here at the top, buy egg, comma, buy chicken. We're going to have both of them, and then it is like the dispatch function. But this dispatch function, I have to do like return now here. Okay, so here also the return will be there. So after this, I will come here and I'll do return of buy item is like dispatch function, and then I will go here and we'll have a button here, button, and in the button I will have a buy items, and on click props dot buy item, like this, save it. So see, it is the buy item. So now I will do buy item here. So this, see this X is in buy, and if I buy item like this, chicken is in buy. So this is how it is work. This is how the own props is there. So hope this is clear. And now the last topic we are going to do now, and which is okay. So which is like async action, which I have already told earlier. So this async action thing we are going to do now. This async action. So let us do that, and for that we are going to do it here only. Okay, so item container and all, I'm going to close. Okay, so first thing is that I'm going to have a component. So let us do it from there, and we are going to have a component like user container dot js and it is like RAFCE, RFCE, and then return is there. Okay, and then this div is like users like this. Okay, now again we are going to have all those three folders, like why the same thing is there. Container is also okay. We have action also. Okay. So in the Redux, I'm going to have a new folder known as user, same song and dance again and again. User, and then user types.js, and user actions.js, and user reducer.js. All of these things are there. User types, user actions, and user reducers. All of these things are there. Now let us have those types. Okay, so what types? So let us take from our earlier project, because exactly the same types will be there. So this will be there. But the only difference is that I will have an export here, because it's a different type. Export, export, and export. So all of these things are there. Export is there. Then we'll have this users actions, and the users actions will again we are going to have this same thing. Okay, this all these three things we are going to have users actions, and but the only difference is their type is type and all are okay. Error is there, fetch user fail is there, but all of this will be export, because we are exporting it. Export, I'm using export too many times. Okay, so export, and export is there. Then after this, I also have this import statements, because we have to import it from the user types. So import fetch users success, okay, from users type, comma, fetch users request, comma, fetch users videos from users type. Okay, so we are importing it all. Now what will be there? Now we are going to create the reducer. So user reducer, we are going to create again. The reducer will be like this only. Okay, and there will be a initial state also. So initial state also will be there. So initial state will be there, and also the imports will be there, exactly like same. User types, the imports will be there, and as I've told, the reducer will be exactly like this only. So const reducer is state initial reducer. Fetch uses, as I explained it this yesterday also, that first when the API call will be initiated, we'll have the loading is true, then loading is false when we get the data, and all those things are like this only. Okay? All those things are like this, and users and all. Okay, so that is there. Now let us go. Okay, we forgot to do one thing. In this actions, we have to put this actions in our index also. Okay, so we are going to put this actions in index. We're soon going to put another thing here, export and fetch users request. I hope I'm taking it right. Fetch users request, fetch users success, and fetch users failure from. Okay, that is okay. Let this be open, because we're going to soon you're going to use this thing. Okay, so this is okay. So I will, okay, we now have to add it in the root reducer also. So control P, and the root reducer I'm going to do go, and here I'm going to do a comma, and user is like user reducer, user reducer user reducer, and this user reducer is import user reducer from dot user reducer. It is okay, so that is there. Let me see if there is some error or what. Okay, it is some error is there. Okay. Where is my, so when copying pasting I forgot to do one thing. I got it. User reducer, I'm never exporting it. Export default reducer should not be the case. Wait. Okay, it is okay, means whatever you export, it doesn't matter, it will change it. Okay, see, no error is there. Export default reducer I've done, it is okay, means in the root reducer you can name it anything from a import like this. Okay, so this is there, and now we have to add the access and redux function. As you added it here, we have to add it here also. Control J and PMI Axios and Redux thunk. Axios and Redux thunk is there. I've done, and now we have to go to store.j. Oh, what I've done. Command C P store.js. Sometimes the files are so much that I have to close them. Okay, and now I have to just do a import thunk from Redux thunk, and besides this logger I have to use it because we already have middleware, so we have to use a comma and use it. Okay, so thunk, I don't want to remove it, so thunk is there. Then again in the users actions we have to do this thing. See, this fetch users was there, which we have done earlier, so we have to do that. And also one more thing which you have to do is to import Axios from Axios. I have to do. Now the thing which I have to do is like a const fetch users and all. So let us do this thing. Okay, const fetch users. Okay, const fetch users, and it will be export, definitely export const fetch users and dispatch fetch users, and everything is like the same, but the one thing is which is different is like I don't want to map it here. Okay, I want to pass the whole data here. Response dot data, I want to pass the whole data. Whole data is like if I go to this endpoint, so there I was doing something strange, something related to, I was changing it to an string and all. Okay, so but I want to pass the whole data here. Whole data is like this, whole data array of object, I'm going to pass it. So that I'm going to pass the whole data here. So that is okay, and all these things are like this only. Fetch, I'm already told how this will work, like fetch users request, it goes first here and all these things, dispatch, and okay. So this all are there, and we are getting the data if it is successful, and we can show the loading spinner and all those things. So now we are going to let me save it now. And one more thing is remaining, this fetch users. I have to add it here. Okay, and add it here. So let me close it now. Root reducer also put it. Store also close it. Okay. One sec, I'll give the attendance in some time. Okay, so the thing is that in this user container, now in this user container, we will have to have all those things like how to do, but we are going to have this loading thing and all also here. Okay, so this is the last part which is remaining. So then in this user container, again we are going to use this thing like connect and all. Connect, then this, then this logic is a bit different here. Okay, so that in our normal project it was not the state. It is like I will use something else here, like user data is like state dot user. We have directly now. Okay, state dot user. We don't have something like dispatch is like I'll have this import fetch users from Redux is there, and then fetch users is like dispatch fetch users like this. And if I do it, yeah, it is going to the fetch users correctly. So that is done. Now what we need to do, we need to use this. Okay, so instead of using it as props, I can destructure it also. So I will destructure both this fetch users and user data. Okay, fetch users and users data, I will destructure both of them. I'll destructure both of them, and then I will have this use effect. I'll have this use effect, and this use effect, from this use effect I'll call this comma fetch users. I'm going to call it. Now the fetch users is called. Okay, one sec. Let me give that tendency. Well, one sec. I forgot to create for today. So 1 sec, I'm giving. Okay, market attendance there. So okay, so what was remaining here, the thing which was remaining here is to how to get the data. Okay, how to get the data. So let us do that quickly. So the first thing, actually I will do this like this. Let it be there. First is that user data dot loading. So user data dot loading. So what is this actually? Go close this. User data dot loading is this thing. User data dot loading is there. Then if it is there, then I'll have this ternary operator, and inside this I'll have s2 loading, like s2 like loading will be there. Then I can have some error also. So user data, I'm checking that or. So this is how in React we generally do. User data dot error I'm going to do, and then if there is no error also, okay, if there is error, then what we are going to do, we are going to do in a, so I'm using if else if statement kind of those thing. Okay, so here I can show user data dot error, or else if error is also not there, then we are going to show the data. Okay, show the data s2 user list, and here I'll do, maybe the name I'll do users data dot users dot map, and I'll save it, and this is like save it. See, loading came for a second, I get all the data. So this is how it is working. This is how it is working fine. Okay, code. Okay, npx create complete, not code, complete command react app, and redux e-commerce is there. Today's recording will also be there, Harsh. Means I think it will be there. And those who are watching from LinkedIn and all, they can come to my YouTube. You might have my YouTube channel, so please do come there and watch it. Okay, so let's get started with day 3. And as I told, I just created a project with npx create react app and redux e-commerce. So that was done, and then I have to, it is done successfully. Then I'll do a redux e-commerce and I'll open it with VS Code first, and then I'll do a npm start and do, it's quite big. Yeah, so it is working fine, but I don't want it to work here. Let me open it with Chrome. Where is Chrome? Localhost 3000. I'm going to open it. Okay, so as usual, so that is there. So okay, so now one more thing, we are going to install this access and react router DOM also. So let me do it here from here only, because the npm start and all are done, so I have to do it from here. So I'll do command J and npmi axios and react router DOM, npx and react router DOM. I am going to do, because we are going to use the react router DOM. Okay, let me add the version 5, because at version 6 creates a lot of issues actually. So let us do that only at version 5. One sec. Oh, no problem. This two I will do, and one more, and let us add all the things, and then I'll go forward. So I will add Axios React Router DOM at the version 5. Version 6 has got a lot of changes, so if you want to learn our version 6 also, that is also there on my channel. Okay, so then I will have Redux and React and Redux and React Redux. Both of these things I will going to do and install it. So it is getting installed. Let it get installed. So yeah, I'm going to install very fast. So I'll come here and I will delete all these things, delete a lot of boilerplate code which comes with React. So the thing which I'm CSS on is this is there, and test I'm going to delete, index.css I'm going to delete, and logo I'm going to delete, this thing I'm going to delete, and setup test I'm going to delete. So I'm going to delete all of them. So let me delete them. Okay, move to trash. So that is done, and now I'll get a lot of errors, because the first thing is that I'll go to index.js, and here in the index.js I have to, there is no index.css, so I have to clear it. There is no report vital, I have to clear it. There is no report vital. So all this boilerplate code generally comes with a React app, so that's why we delete it and all. So that is done. Now I have to go to this okay, app.js, and here, so logo and all I will delete. This also I will delete, and put h1, Redux demo. I'll do save it. Make this coming. Okay, one more thing. We are going to use material semantic UI in this project. So how to use the semantic UI in the project? So for that, I have to go here in the public directory. I have to go, and then in the index.html, I have to go. Okay, index.html, I'll go, and here I will use the semantic UI, bootstrap, semantic UI. All of this comes here only. So I'll go here and this semantic UI I'll copy, and then I will do it here. Okay, about the title and save it, and see semantic UI something was loaded. Okay, so that is there. And what else we need to do? So app.js, we are there. Redux demo we have done. Now we will have the basic structure. So one more thing is there, the structure. I have when I was in the past 2 days, we have seen all the structure of a Redux project. So this is also one of the structures. So as I put earlier also, you go to a company. So what happens in the company, your team lead or the architect will decide about the Redux structure. There are some industry standards. So generally people have to follow that only, means whatever the company prefers. So whenever you work in a big project, you come to know, okay, so this is the structure and all those things are there. Okay, so after this I'll come here, and in this SRC, I'm going to have like this components. I'll have, so in the components, I'm going to have a components, and in the SRC only, I will going to have a Redux folder. Redux folder I'm going to have. So this Redux folder is there, and see now I'm going to do a different kind of thing. There, what happened? I created an egg folder, then I created a chicken folder inside the Redux. But here I'll do a different thing. Yeah, and then in that each of the folder, I was having your reducer action creator types. But here, what I'm going to have here, for action creator, constant, and reducer, I'm going to have some different folders. So inside this Redux I'm there, and after that I will be here. I'll do actions will be there inside the Redux. And then there will be constants, action constants, and reducers will be there. Okay, so this three will be there, and inside the Redux we'll have store.js will be there. So let's get ahead with this. So store.js, we all this. So if you're not understanding this thing, please go back to the day 1 and day 2 recordings, because they're already there. Day 1 and day 2 recording, everything was explained in those things. Okay, so that is there, and store I'm there. Now in the constant I will have the type. So let us name it this time this action types.js, action types.js. I given it wrong. ATCO and action types.js I have done, and then I'll do a different way. Okay, this time I'll do a different way. See, I'm going to export all of this thing in one go. Okay, how I'm going to do that? Or else what was happening previously, I was doing export all of them separately, export something. But what I'm going to do now, export const action types equal to like this, and then set products is like set products, then selected. We are building an e-commerce site. Okay, by the way, we are building e-commerce site with your Redux. So it will not have all the functionality on, but what we are going to do, we are going to use an API endpoint for that. Okay, for that e-commerce, there are some API endpoint for getting the data of the like fake data like that. But it will be very good e-commerce site. You're going to see. Okay, selected product, and it is like selected product, and remove selected product is like remove selected product. Okay, selected product is remove selected product. So this action type is done. So after this, we are going to come here, and we are going to have this actions also here. Okay, so actions will be inside this actions folder. I will have this products actions.js, products action.js. And here, first thing which I need to do is to import this action type. So let us import that. So import action types from constant action types, and then I'll have the export const set products equal to products, and like this, and return type is action type dot set products, and payload is the product. So this is something which I've done earlier also in the past 2 days also. So but see, as action type I'm only taking one thing, or else what is to happen, I have to import it 3 different things from there. So action type dot set products I'm doing, and the payload will come here. So I'm doing that, and then similar to this I'll do the export const selected product equal to product, and then return action types is selected product and payload is product. So one will be set product, one will be selected product. So both those things we have done. So now it's time for the reducer. So reducer, we are going to create inside the reducer folder. So see, this is a different kind of things which we have. So reducer we are going to create here, and it will be products reducer.js, products reducer.js we have. And here again I'm going to come here, and here products reducer will be like this, and then we are going to have initial set. Okay, so one more thing, we are going to get this data from from an API endpoint, but for now what we are going to do, I'm going to have some dummy data. So let us have that thing. So I'm going to have a const initial state is equal to products, and it will be an array of objects. So I will make this, and then id is 1 comma title is mac meaning I'm 1, and category is desktop. Okay. So category is desktop. Okay, so that is done, and then export const products reducer. Let me make it a bit bigger. Export const products reducer equal to state, the same thing which we generally have, a state and initial state. So state and initial states will be there, but we'll do one more thing here. Okay, instead of this actions, what I'm going to have, I'm going to directly destructure it here. Okay, so that we don't have that actions.type, action.payload. I'm going to directly destructure. We're using some new things here. Okay, so which we generally don't, which I generally don't use. So payload and all this there, and thereafter after this I'm going to have this switch case. Okay, switch case is like not like this. Okay, switch and type, and first thing will be case action types dot set products, which we actually have like here, set products. So set products I'm going to do, and then I'm going to have a return of, for now it will be return of state, and default will be return of state. So these 2 things will be there. So this is done. Some error is coming because I might have missed something. What did I missed? State. Okay, one more one more will be there like this. Okay, so this much is done, so I will do it. Now what we need to do, we need to have a index folder in the reducer folder. So we are going to have, so this is a completely different thing. Okay, so index, we'll have index.js here, index.js folder here, and we are going to have the concept of combined reducer here. So see, the way I'm doing it, it is completely different what I have done earlier. Okay, so this is there, and then this index.js is there, and then import combine reducers from Redux and import products reducer. Okay, products reducer from products reducer, and right now only we're making the combined reducer thing here, so that later on we can have more things. Okay, so after this I will have const reducers equal to combined reducers, and here after this all products, and so I can name it anything, all products and products reducer, which I have just got it, and I will export this reducer, export default. So you'll see that the same kind of pattern. Oh, okay, the pattern is a bit different, then also it is quite similar. Okay, so export default reducers are done. So now let us create the store now. So it's time to create the store. So store.js, I'm there, and import create store from Redux, then import reducers from reducers slash index, and const store equal to create a store, and here it will be reducers comma this, because we're soon going to have other things here. So I'm doing it like this, export default store, I'm doing, save it. So now what we'll be doing, now we'll be adding the Redux dev tool also, because the project will soon get very much complicated. So it's time to add the Redux dev tool. So let me make it a bit small. Okay, so Redux dev tool, actually it is already there in my browser, and I told how to do it in a previous class also. So but we have to add something in this Redux dev tool. Okay, so let us do that. Okay, because the Chrome extension, Firefox extension, they're all done. So Redux DevTools, I'm going to go, and I have to go to this one, and after this, so which one we are going to do? So there are a lot of ways to do this thing with okay, we are going to actually do this thing this way. After this reduces and all, I'm going to come, so we are done in a different way in the previous class, so this is a different way. Okay, so windows dot redux dev tools extensions, and windows dot redux dev tool extension, whatever is there. So it is like this we have done. So yeah, so let me save it now. Let me see one thing, whether I'm getting some error or not. No, everything is okay, means I'm not getting any error, that is good. So I thought I might be getting some error, so it's okay. Action times are closed. So I will go to now the index.js, because we have to add the provider there, so that it is there in all the files. Index.js only we are going to add. So app.js also we could have added, so but I'm adding in the index.js. So I'll go here, and the strict mode is there, and here I will add the provider thing. So that is how we do it. So provider, I'm going to do provider from React Redux, and I have to wrap the app component in it. So I'll come here and put the app component up, and then I'm going to have a store equal to store store equal to store I'm going to have, then store will be also be done. And okay, provider is already done, so store is also done. Save it. Hope I don't have any error here. No, I don't have any error also. So now it is all working fine, so that is a good thing. So let us do one more thing. Let us see whether the Redux store is working fine or not. Okay, so Redux, I will go here. It is showing me state and all undefined, means you're not done something. Yeah, perfectly. Because it should not come undefined. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, let us go a bit forward. I will fix this thing, because there is actually another way to do it. I will do that way if it is not working. Store and all, I provided everything. So let's go a bit ahead. Let us see whether I'm getting the data and all, because it's a very simple project. It's not always that we have to get the data like that. Okay, so now store and all is there. Okay, and then in the components we are going to create a components now. Okay, so in the components I will go, and in this components I will have this header.js. Header.js I'll have an RAFCE I'll do, and then I'll go here and div of class name equal to UI. So what I'm using here, I'm using here semantic UI. So the all the things are coming from here. UI face menu, and then inside this I'm going to have a div of h2 e-commerce site, and inside this div I'll have a class name of UI container and center. UI container and center. Save it, and okay, so I have to add it also. So then let us make some other things also. Okay, so then we'll move forward. Here I made this header and on. Let me close this thing. So inside this component now I'm going to have other components also, like one will be product listing dot js, one will be product details dot js, and one will be product component dot js. Product component dot js. Okay, all these three things will be there. Let us do a RAFCE and create the basic thing now. RAFCE, save it. RAFCE, save it, and RAFCE, save it. So all those things, three things are done. So now inside this okay, so that is also done. Okay, so it's time to add the router also, because we have included a React router DOM, so time to include the router. So let us do that router. So in this function I'll come, and here in the top I'll have import browser router as router comma switch comma route from React router DOM. And after this I will have import, okay, header from component header, import product listing from component product listing, and import product details from components product detail. Okay, so that is there, and this one is done. Then after this I will have the router and all. Okay, so first thing is there, I will have a router, and the router is ending here, and then I will have the header which I've already imported. Then I will have my switch case. Okay, then I will have my switch case, and switch case and route is path is like main path. So I will use the exact here. EXAC, the exact component is product listing, which I have already done, and the other route will be like route product ID and product detail will be there. Path, instead of just ID, I will have it as product ID. So anything, this is a wildcard thing. Okay, anything I will take, it will work. Okay, so it will like product ID is like product details, and we'll have another route. Okay, so this is a new concept. We'll have another route. So route, you see that what is the concept. Route, you give anything like this, and you'll give a 404 not found. So if you go to any route after this, you'll go to this. Okay, 404 not found. So that I've done. Now see this e-commerce site, this is happening because the header is loading by default. Okay, header is loading, and after that your whatever the product listing and all those things are going there. Okay, so that is there, but okay, product listing should also be there. Okay, no problem. First let's go to this product listing. So that one more thing. Product listing will go, and from product listing we'll have this product component coming. So again in this div I will have again the semantic thing which I'm going to have. Semantic I'm going to have. So class name is equal to UI grade container, and then inside this thing I'm going to have a product did I have this product component? Yeah, I have this product component I have, and then let me see the name. Import product component from product component. Have save it. Now okay, so this product component is been made, so it's time to create the product component. Okay, something. Okay, something is coming because I don't have the css correctly right now, so it is actually going below that thing. So what is this product component and all? We're going to soon fix it because we're going to have some css. So this product component, I'll go because this product component is by default is showing, so I'll go to this product component and use the product component. Okay, so in product component I'm going to show the state. Okay, and we are going to use the latest use selector row, because through that the Redux become very easy. So I will come here and use the, we're not going to have this map state to props and all those things right now. Okay, so those makes Redux really tough, but with this all the concept is like what I have told yesterday. Okay, use selector from React Redux I'm going to do, then const products equal to use selector, and state is state dot all products dot products. What is this actually? So where I will see this thing. Okay, all products is here and this is products is here. Okay, so all products and products I'm showing, all products dot products. So state is that all products dot products, and then we actually have this as a array of object. Let us for now show the first thing only. So how I'm going to do that? For that I'm come here and it will be const id comma title equal to products of 0 is there. Then inside this we're going to have everything. So done, and div will be class name equal to 4 white column. Yeah, semantic UI is like this, 4 white column I can give, and then I will have a div UI cards. It is the UI cards is there, and it is like link like div and have, and then div class name is card, and this div will end here. Div dot image, we're going to soon going to have image here, and div dot content, and inside this I'm going to have a div dot header, and inside this I'm going to show the title. I'm going to show, save it. So see, macmin name, something is coming because we don't have a style actually, so that's why it is showing like this. Okay, so we are going to use our API endpoint. So what API endpoints we are going to use actually? So we are going to use this API endpoint. Okay, fake store API. So this endpoint we are going to use. So this what is this? Get tired of Laura mission? Didn't you find any free e-commerce API? So this is an e-commerce API, and this is a very good e-commerce API. So all the endpoints gives you all this data and all. So we are going to use this API endpoint. So fake store API endpoint. So let us do that, and we are going to do that in the in the product listing page. So product listing, we are going to do the API call. Okay, so let us come here in the product listing, and we are going to do the API call from here. So access and all we have imported already. So I'll go here and do import Axios from Axios, and import I'm not getting. Okay, so here import access from access I'm doing, and then I'm going to see this is the same thing which I had done yesterday. It is the same thing, but I'm going to do an API endpoint. Okay, here. Okay, so it is like use dispatch. Use dispatch. I'm going to use from React Redux, and then import set products from Redux action and product actions. Okay, so we're going to have this, and then after this, in this product listing, we are going to do the dispatching. Okay, so we are using the easy dispatching. So map state to prop, map dispatch to process, we are not doing. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch, and then const fetch products equal to async, like this. And okay, so const response equal to await access dot get await axios dot get. So with the access, it is actually very easy to do this get. Okay, so this endpoint is there, so there is a products endpoint is there, so this one is there. Okay, they are giving us add, so this endpoint is there and it will give us all the products detail. Okay, so this API endpoint, I'll come and do this, and axios dot get, like this, and this I'll get, and then after this I'll have the okay. Okay, after this get, I'll have this dispatch will be there, and set products and dispatch data. Okay, so these things we are going to have. So then after this we're dispatching the data which we have got here, and then also we have to call this in a use effect. Okay, so this thing we have to call in a use effect, so I'll come here and do a use effect so that it is only called the first time. Okay, use effect we're going to do, and soon I'm going to convert this into Redux chunk also. I'm not yet converted into Redux chunk, but we are soon going to convert it into Redux chunk. Okay, and then I will have a fetch products, so this thing, and I'm just going to call it, and I'm going to call it in a component did mount way. Okay, component did mount way, so only initially it will done. So okay, so that is done. Now in one more thing we have to do in the product reducer, we have to go in the product reducer. Here first thing is that I will remove it. Okay, I will remove the hard-coded data, and then we have not done actually anything here. So what I'm going to do here, dot state comma products is payload. Products is payload. Okay, not products, it is not product, it is products is payload. Products is payload, so products is payload I have done. So now in the maybe okay, I want to see something else. Okay, maybe I'm getting data, so but Redux story is still a problem. We are not showing the data, we're just getting it. So product listing is done, and okay, dispatch. Okay. So now in the product component everything is done, but the product component is there. We have to show some of the things that was actually not shown, and now what we are getting in the products component, we are getting a array. So that array we have to loop through the array and show everything. We are getting this products is an array actually, so array of objects, so we have to loop through it. So how do we loop through it? So there are a lot of way to loop through it. So the way we are going to do is like this return is there, so I will create something as see this thing I've already taught in my React tutorials. So how to do these things? So render list equal to products dot map I'm going to do, and here I'm going to have the product and see, this will be like this, and here it will be inside this, all this return will be there. Okay, this return will be there. One sec, and bring this return inside. It will be like this. Okay, and then after that I will have this const id. So this is all data we're getting from the API endpoint. It dot title comma image comma price comma category equal to product I'm going to have, and then some things we have to show. Okay, so those things will be like here, first thing is that I'm going to give the key also. Key equal to id, because everything should be unique. So key equal to id is there, and what else I'm going to do? I'm going to have an image also here. So I will come here and I'll do image img tag I'm going to do, and then it will have a src equal to image, and alt is title. Alt is title, and then header is title, and we'll have something more, and div dot meta dot price is like dollar price, like this, and then div dot meta is like category, is like there. And then after this here I'll come, and in this I'm going to have a return and render list. So this thing I'm showing it here. Okay, so all this thing is looping through it and showing the map. This is a React thing, not a Redux thing. Okay, so that is there, and save it. Now there are some more things which are not there. Miss app.css, we have not done a lot of things in app.css because of this. All these things are coming like this. So we'll go to app.css because the styles are also not there. So a lot of styles we have to change in the app.css. So let us change those styles. See, a lot of UI cards and all those things I'm going to change. Although we're using semantic UI and all, so but it is okay. Something is coming in online. Semantic UI and all we are using. But the problem is that a lot of CSS needed to be fixed in this. So we have fixed that CSS. Okay, let it be there like this. But what is happening here? Okay, so I'm not even getting the data and all. Okay, so it means means what? It means we have to do some fixes. Okay, as I was thinking that there is actually some problem is there because nothing is being shown. So here we are going to the product listing. Okay, in the root part we are going to product listing. So this is product listing. We are dispatching this thing. One sec, let me have let me check a bit. Okay, so this product listing. So I think I did something wrong here because this is coming like this wrong because of that only. So src I'm there. So let us debug it. It's src I'm there. The app.js, and also one more thing, package.json 5.3 is there. Okay, so I did the routing wrong. So sometimes you do have to do these things. Means I know it should have done by that this time. So routing and all are okay. So let me go here and okay. So browser router as router and header product listing details and all are there. Switch and all are there. Exact is there. Anyways, this product listing is been shown. Okay, one sec. Am I getting some error? No. Uh, 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 uh. I'm getting product listing. I know what might be there. Product listing, fetch products, async. Is there cons response? Is there fetch products async? Is there const response? Is there Axios await? Axios dot get HTTP. No. Let us get some error also. I think I'm getting some error here. Okay, it is very important to get the error because I didn't got this error here, like dot catch and add is console.log error. Okay, that is more than enough. Console.log error. Okay. Okay, we are getting a lot of error here. Current distribution undefined, product component is undefined, and all those things are there. Because it is not even getting the data actually. So what it is doing, I'm not getting set products. It is going at the right place. Set products is going at the right place. Okay. Okay, we're not even passing some data here, but it is okay. Okay, so I will why to waste the time and all. Okay, one sec. Let me do one thing. So anyways, I'm going to Axios and all these things. So I'm going to do this Axios call again here, and we are going to use a different API endpoint. This ID is coming in here. So from how I will get the ID? See, this ID is coming here. So I will get the ID with the import use params. There is something like use params. So we are going to from there import use params from React Router DOM. And again, the same thing, this dispatch hook where I was using. So dispatch hook, I'm going to use dispatch also, and dispatch and use selector are the latest hooks from React Router, means React Redux, and this has made React very easy. Okay, Redux very easy. Okay, so because of this, Redux is very earlier we used to do this map state to props and map dispatch to process all the things. It was making actually readers very complicated. So with this, it's a bit much more easier. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is import selected product from Redux actions and product actions. Selected product is there. Actions, did I create that action? Okay, I created it. So selected product is there. Okay. Now inside this product detail, we are again going to have this product ID. So what is this product ID? Product ID is actually coming from here. So this product ID we are going to get, and we're going to get it as const product ID equal to use params. I'm going to do, and let product is equal to use selector, and state is like state dot product. So I'm only getting the single product, state dot product I'm getting, and I have to go to do the dispatch also here. Then it is like const dispatch equal to use dispatch, let me have a console.log of product here, log of product here, and I will have the fetch product detail also here. So fetch product detail will be, see like this, here we have this fetch product. So here I will have this single fetch product. Okay, let me copy this thing, I will change it anyways. Day3 tutorial is also uploaded. Why it will not be uploaded? I don't hold back anything. Here is the day 3 tutorial. Not uploaded. Why it won't be uploaded? This is the day 3. I think you didn't watch it and all. Okay. This is the day 3 tutorial. Okay. So this is there, and as I was telling, so we have to make some changes here because it is not const fetch product, it is fetch product, and it is like detail, fetch product detail, and I think is there, and we are going to get an ID here. Okay, ID we are going to get, and then const response await and all these things are there. But there is another endpoint in which I have to pass the ID here. So this is also from the fetch API endpoint. So this I'll go, and this ID will be there, and this will be there, and like catch error and all these things are there. Set selected product. Okay, it is like dispatch this selected product. I'm going to pass selected product, and response to data again it will be there, and then use effect I will call this fetch product detail, and it will be like it will not like directly, it will be going to this fetch product detail. Okay, fetch product detail, it will not directly go here. So I will check also one thing here before going it there. If product ID and then product ID not equal to empty array, then the fetch product detail will be called, then this fetch product detail will be called, and I'm going to use this use effect in this product ID I will give. So it means that it depends on this product ID. It is it will not load initially. Initially also it will load, but use effect, it means the product ID if is changed, if it is 1, if it is 2, then also it will run. So it is like this. So product detail and all is done. So let us first see whether it is actually coming. This data, okay, use effect is not defined, so I have to use this use effect, save it and inspect it, console. If I see, this is the product detail and nothing is coming in the product detail. Okay, but product details. Okay, product details 29. Okay, it is product details 29. What is this 29? What is product details 11? Details, and from where it is coming anyways. Something is wrong here. Product details should not come like this. Okay, let me see again. Anyways, it will not come here. Anyways, the controller lock should not be there. Okay, let's see. Okay, so let us first change it, and let us see whether it is coming. Okay, so we'll destructure it like const image comma title, price, category, and description is like product. So these all things we have done. Then after that, we will show all these things here. So let me get this. One sec. Okay, so there is a lot of things here, so let me not waste much time. Let me take it. So all the data are there mainly. Okay, so this data are also all semantic UI which we have taken. So all semantic UI is there, and after that I'm checking whether the object dot keys dot products dot length is equal to 0. Okay, if it is equal to 0, then I will show the loader. Okay, if it is equal to 0, so object dot keys, the thing which we are getting back is actually an object, because if I see this fake API endpoint, like this. So everything coming from this fake API endpoint, and here get a single product. Get a single product like this. Where is that? Oh God. Okay. So we are getting like this. Okay, we are getting a single product, and we are getting it like this, and they are given us this then and JSON. Okay, that is okay. So this is what we are getting. Okay. This is going fine. Okay. And then if you're getting the data, we are showing everything. Okay, so SRC image I'm showing, price I'm showing, and all these things which I'm getting, I'm showing them. Category I'm showing, description I'm showing. So all these things I'm showing. So let me save it now. So I have saved it, and let me see whether now I'm getting the data or not. So if I click on it, okay, the loader itself is running. It means that nothing is coming. See this loader, is continuously running. So it means again nothing is coming. Okay, so again we have to, maybe we have to destructure it and all. So network and all, whether it is going or not. One more thing I want to check first, this is actually working or not. Okay, products, maybe one. Okay, one it is showing like this. So one it is showing. So state, where we are doing the dispatch. So product detail we are doing, set selected product. We are getting the console.log response.data. So response.data is coming. Okay, even this API is not been called. Okay, product ID not equal to. Okay. So what is there? Fetch product detail. Fetch product detail is there. We remove this thing. When it is not coming here, maybe product ID is 1. Then let product, if you set a state dot product is state dot product, whether it is state dot products, is there some initial state and all. So here in the, so nowadays I have to do a lot of destructuring and all. Okay, selected product and all is there. Is this action type is right? Selected product. Selected product is right, and the type console.log of type is there. Save it. Type and all going and all. Where is the Redux? Redux. So this product is here. It is coming as nothing. When it is set products is coming as nothing. It's weird. Okay, console.log type is, it's okay. Console product listing is okay. Set product reducer, it is coming fine. Product detail, it is coming fine. Why it is not showing, and it is only going here only. Okay, and this is getting very hard to debug. Yesterday also it shown all this issue. Okay. Product detail, something is there which is wrong. I'm getting away. Let me show it here. Let me do one thing. All these changes, I will commit it. Border, remove selected product. I have not added the logic for that. Remove selected product. Okay, now it is coming. Okay, now it is coming. So what was the issue? What did I did wrong? So let me see that what I did wrong. So all these things are okay. So this was not an issue. This was not an issue. State dot product. Okay, this is not an issue. Description is image, title, price. This is not an issue. Dispatch is use dispatch. This is not an issue. Catch. This is not get. This is not an issue. Okay, this. Okay, then God means there is no issue actually, means in this code also there is no issue. Okay, this is something which I removed later on. I don't think any issue is there, means I don't know why it is not working. Okay, so it is working now, no issues. Now it is working. Sometimes it happens. So see, now it is showing me this thing which is there. So, and I don't think add to cart will work. Okay, because it's a fake API endpoint. So anything I can select, anything I will select, it will show this thing. Anything I will select, it will take this for and it will show it. So it is working fine now. Now, what we need to do? We need to now remove a product. Okay, so that is there. What is happening right now? There is no issue in the product right now, but one small thing is that, see, if I click this, for momentarily it shows the earlier product it shows. So this can, you can ignore it, but it is not a good user experience. Okay, it is actually the earlier state is still remaining in that product. We are not unmounting the earlier state, so the problem is that we're not unmounting it. So for that we have to do one thing. We have to unmount, means unmount the code before it is new one is been loaded. So for that we have to go back to our products actions, product action. Where is my product actions? So product actions will go, and here we'll have a remove selected product also. Okay, so I will have a export const remove selected product equal to like this, and return action type the remove selected products I'm having. Okay, so that is there. Now what we're going to do in this, maybe in the this actions also I have this thing. Let's see. Okay, remove selected products I have. Remove selected products. Remove selected product. Yeah, I have. Okay, remove selected products I just did. Now we have to do it in the reducer also. So we'll go to this reducer, product reducer. Here in the action type selected product is there. So here we are going to have this case as actions dot remove selected product, and I will return an empty object here. Empty object, I'm returning it here. Save it. Now in our product detail file only, we'll go here, and in this, after this I'm going to have a remove selected product, which we have already done. And here what I am going to have here, after this thing, if this thing is working, I'm going to have this component will unmount kind of a code, so which will run when the component will unmount. So I will do this return, and this is a component unmount code. See, this is a real case scenario of a component unmount code, which is a must. Okay, the dispatch remove selected product I'll do, and this is done. And then after this, okay, this is all okay, this is all okay, and save it. And now let us go back here, and if I click here, so this is okay. And see, the loading was also been shown because this is the first time it is loading. Now I will select something else. The loading is shown instead of that. Okay, it's showing for a very long time. Oh, showing for a very long time. Wow. Okay, so it becomes slow. So it is okay, it is working fine. So this all projects is working fine, and anyways you'll get this GitHub and all. So this all is working fine, but we need to update something else also in this product. Okay, so what we need to update? So the thing is that I didn't use the Redux thunk in this project. Redux thunk is not there. So if you go anywhere like this, in even in this reducers, where is this index? So there is no Redux thunk and all. So why Redux thunk is required? See, we are doing API call here. 2 times we are doing API call. The API call has been done by the product listing page. So we are doing this API call here from this response and all. We're doing this API call here. And in the product detail page also we are doing the API call. So actually this is not a good thing to do in a Redux based project, because Redux, what happens, I have told earlier also, this is the API call which we are doing. This is the normal React way API call. Okay, this is the normal React way API call. Okay, so that is there. Normal React way API call is there. This is not Redux way. Redux, always the API call is done through Redux thumb. So this is something which we are going to change now. We are going to change it with the Redux thumb, and for that, okay, okay. So we are just enhancing our project with your Redux thumb. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come here, and in the SRC, close some of them. Product component I don't need, product reducer and product details and all these things I'm going to change. In this SRC, I'm going to have a folder known as APIs. APIs I'm going to have, and these APIs I'm going to have a shop API .js, shop API .js I'm going to have, and this is there. Then import Axios from Axios and export default axios dot create. So we are having Axios at the central location. So we are having a base URL. This is another way to use Axios. Okay, base URL and okay, fake API.com. We are going to only have this .com, not the complete thing. So this thing, I'm going to have this base URL first. So after this, in the action types, where is my P action types? Action types.js. We're going to have one more thing, which is like fetch products I'm going to have, and it will be like fetch products like this. So this we have. Now we will go to the product action, control P, product products actions.js, products action.js. I'm going, and here we are going to have one fetch products also. So export const fetch products equal to async like this, and const response equal to await axios dot get products. Axios dot get products is there, then return, and type is action type dot fetch products, and a load is response is there. Then in this axios is not defined. Axios protections. Okay, product actions also Axios have to import. I think it is not this Axios. Okay, there is something wrong. I think we have to fix it. Okay, because this is not this Axios I have to use, and this is like this shop API I have to use, which I've just created. Shop API I have to do shop API, and now dot 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 APIs, and this shop API I'm going to do shop API, and this is done, and this products and all is there. Okay, so actually this was wrong. This is actually the shop API which I have to do the API call, not with the this. Okay, so this shop API I have to do. Okay, and that is done. So let us go a bit further. Okay, fetch API, fetch products is there, and all these things are there. So actions have been done. So we'll go back to this product listing, and we are going to change the logic, change this API endpoint. So this API endpoint which we are going to do, this will not be done anymore from here. So set products is there, and we are going to have this fetch products is there, and then this use effect. We are going to first remove all these things, because we are not going to use this thing. Okay, not all of this thing. This fetch products only we are going to remove. So this fetch products I am going to remove, and then in use effect I am going to come, and this different fetch this one will be called dispatch, and this fetch products will be called here, and then I will save it, and it will give me error and all. So it is giving me some error. It is giving me error because see what is, if I go do a inspect also, maybe it will show me error here also, because actions must be plain object. Use custom middleware for async action. It is giving me this error. Use custom middleware for async action. It means we have to use that custom middleware, which is that Redux thunk, and we have to update that logic. So I will go here and I have to install this Redux thunk here. Okay, so I will go and I will Control J and I do a Redux thunk. Yes, to do an API call, using this here, to do an API call with our Redux based project, we have to need this Redux thing. So I will again Control J this, and this thing is done. So this API call, we have to update our store also. Okay, we have to update our store also. So store store.js and create store comma apply middleware comma compose. I have to do this compose thing. We have to do when we're doing apply middleware, I have to use this compose thing, and then I will import here, import thunk from Redux thunk, and then this is the way we are doing creating this store. We have to now change it. So we are going to change it with const compose enhancers equal to window.redux.depl extension. So this is the redux.depl extension is actually getting imported, windows.redux.depl extension, and this all these things which we are doing like here, this all thing will also get changed. So with the reducer and this thing, we'll have this compose enhancers and apply middleware thunk. So this is one of the way to use it. We use it in a different way when I did it, when I was telling this redux. Okay, we did it in a different way. So this I will do, and then we have to go back to this product action will go back, and here we have not done one more thing here. Okay, so this product fetch products, we're not updated it completely, so we have to update it, and it will not go like this shops.api. We're trying to do it like this, but we have to actually dispatch a function here. So let us do that, dispatch a function here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to have a return and sync function, and dispatch is there. Results acting function dispatch is there, and then it will be having this uh, all these things will actually come inside it. So this const response is await shop API response, and after this is not a normal return. This is like a dispatch like this. It's a dispatch is like this, and then it is like this, and type is action dot fetch product, payload is response dot data. It is there, and everything is okay. Then here I'll come, here it is okay. Okay, so that is done. Now we have to go to this products reducer. So we're just refactoring our code. Okay, product reducer, we will go action, and then after this reducer, I'll go to this product reducer, and here in this product reducer, in this okay, set products, we have this product reducer, set products we have. So we have this fetch products also. Okay, so we'll have this case action types, action types dot fetch products, and it is like return dot state, and products is payload. So products is payload is there. So let me save it. And let us go back, that whether we are able to get the data and not, and we are not able to get the data. Let me inspect it, and okay, let me do a control C. Sometime you have to do npm start also, and I did redux thunk here. So redux thunk I did actually. Okay, action multiplication. And again, did I got this error right now? Set products is given, access is given, but number is product listing, it is okay. Product listing is okay. So it is giving me other actions as a plain knowledge customer and product listing never occur in product listing and all product listings and all the above varieties coming. So I don't think we are actually doing anything here in this product listing, because we need to have a lot of thing here. Product listing, okay, one sec. So this product listing, we are there. Fetch products is there. Dispatch fetch products. So dispatch fetch products is going to this fetch products. Okay, so what is the issue here? Dispatch fetch products is going to this fetch products, and export const fetch products, and async function dispatch is there. Let me have a try catch block also here. So if I have a try catch block, what will happen? So if I having some error, it will catch it. Try catch here, and I will have this thing. Let us try, and catch is console dot log of error is there. Save it. Okay, so it is again giving actions must be plain object, use custom middleware and all. It is giving the product listing, route switch, browser app, provide a considering error bounded play. Action must be plain object, action must be plain object. Again, we are getting the same thing. Action must be plain object. In the product reducer, did we missed something? Fetch products. Fetch products is okay. State, and products is payload, and redux, it is coming, nothing is coming, because it is giving me this redux error and all. Okay, redux error and all is coming. One sec, one sec. Up. Redux. Okay. Let me do this. Okay, show in folder. Let's fix it. Okay. Again, we have these issues. Shop API. Let us do from the start. What is this? Control T. Shop APIs. This is okay. Shop APIs, anyways. Access dot create. There is no issue there. Then what we did in this product listing. Product listing. Okay. This. Okay, again, one more thing. This is commit to. Let me have this commit to. Okay, so package.json have readers thunk. And okay, so a lot of debugging. So this is what happens in the real projects also. We do this 100 times also, these things happens. This access, anyways, I'm not doing this access call here, and this also I'm not doing it here. So let me do this thing also, and this app.js and all, product ID and all is right. And then the action creator I changed. So action creator I changed, where is the product action? Product action is here, and in this I have this fetch products and all is there, get API and all is. So only one this fetch products is something which I changed. So let me see if there is some error in this fetch product only. So I'll come here and do this fetch product, save it. Okay, it is showing me this something is been changed here. Again, let me do it completely. So cons, expect cons of fetch product. Oh, what this error. This async I was not doing is async, and inside it await and all these things were done. So this is not async. This thing is not async actually. This thing was not async. So let me, no, why not? It is not. So this async was not there. So now also it is not coming, but I'm not getting any error. I don't know. It means it is working. Sometimes I need to do this thing. Sometimes you need to do this API call and dispatch user dispatch and running in SRC product listing. I'm there, product listing, yes I'm there, and this is missing some dependencies, it is telling. So some dependencies is missing. So in this components and product listing and some dependencies missing. Okay, so this, what is this dependency which is missing? Like, okay, no dependencies are missing. No, why is this API call not well, now we're doing this API call from here. Okay, this dispatch we're doing API call. 1 second, let me go to this reducer, and in this reducer okay, then also it is not coming. Okay, no problem. Again, some issues there. I don't want to waste much time because I fixed a lot of it here. So I again have to fix it offline and show it tomorrow. And tomorrow we are going to do, on the last day we are going to do a exciting topic known as the Redux Toolkit. So this is a new way to use Redux, and it is very popular nowadays. You'll all will get hear that thing sometime. So Redux Toolkit, okay. So that we are going to do, and let me give the attendance link here, and yeah. So market readiness here again, we are missing. We are getting a lot of things like this. Okay, so these things happens in production projects also. You get stuck, and for the whole day you get stuck in something. So these things always happen. So you see like this debugging things also. You saw how I debugged it also, and I will again because the debug issue was that I forgot to use this async here. So async I forgot to use, and it was not doing it. Okay, so that was done, and the issue was fixed. So now one more logic which was needed to be added was that when we click on this, it should open the your product. So that logic we actually didn't did it. So that logic we did in an earlier project, but for that I actually created this fetch projects product I have created, and in this again shop API products and ID I have taken, and this selected products only is there, and the response or data will be there because this hash product and ID, if you go, it will give us that's fake API endpoint, it will give us that. Okay, so that is there, and the product detail also I have changed it a bit. So in product detail what I did means earlier the API call was made from here, but now we are going to do the API call from this product detail page itself. So we were doing the API call from here, and all the things are like that only. So okay, so direct the API call, instead of doing it here, we are going to do is with the fetch product. So this fetch product will go here, the fetch product which we created, and then we don't have to do anything in the anything in the reducer and all. Okay, reducer and all, we don't have to do anything because this fetch product is creating this calling the selected product. Okay, so if in the reducer we'll go, there's already one thing for the selected product, so we're reusing that thing. So the selected product is there, so and because of that it is working fine. So this is how it is working, and so it's doing so much. Okay, sometimes these things happen. Okay, maybe what is there, the API endpoint. Oh, maybe the API endpoint, it doesn't allow us to do it a lot of times. See, this is now again it is happening. So if now I go, it is showing it, I don't know why, because maybe the API endpoint is not going correctly. Okay, so it's let it be there. So what we are going to do now, see, it is showing it. Okay, it's a bit slow. My system is becoming very slow again. Even it is a Mac, it is becoming very slow. Okay, so that is there, but the next thing which we are going to do is the toolkit. So Redux team recently included toolkit. So if you go anywhere you learn about something, there is known as toolkit. So the toolkit is there, and learn about that, what is toolkit. And some companies might ask for this toolkit is a new kind of a concept in which they actually updated this store and other things they have made it one. Okay, so we'll see it. And for that I will do a cd dot, and here I'll do a npx create react app redux toolkit project. Okay, so redux toolkit project I'm going to do. So let us do it. So close it. So it doesn't take much time. So what is this redux toolkit? So redux toolkit, again this redux toolkit is this is the simple, includes utilities to simplest. So the redux toolkit is also made by the redux team. It is not like that something else it is made. Okay, so redux toolkit is only made by them. And okay, react redux is also made by them. I didn't knew that thing. So redux toolkit is another way to use redux. Okay, and we are going to do that thing, another way to use the redux. So let us do that, and see, again it is done. So I will do this redux toolkit project, open with the VS Code. Hoping that demo gods will not do something today, because I'm getting errors from the past 2 days. Okay, so first live streamer, it is said that demo got something, sometime do these things. Okay, and can start. Okay, so this is done. Why it's just showing this thing, because this is not even there. Okay, let me close this thing. So that is there, and we have a lot of boilerplate code. So we'll come here and remove those boilerplate code. App test I'm going to remove, and index dot css I'm going to remove, and logo, this I'm going to remove, and I'm going to delete it. It will crash. So again, I'm going to get a lot of errors because the logo and all these things it is not able to see. So first of all, I'm going to this index.js, and I have to remove something. I think I'm way too big because it is okay. So what I'm going to remove here, so this thing is not there anymore. This report vital is not there anymore, and I think this index is also not there anymore. Index.css is not there anymore. So all these things are there. I'll save it, and again I have some error because in the app.jss we don't have this logo anymore because I have just deleted that logo, and here I'll go and I'll make it h1, and it will be Redux toolkit, Redux toolkit. I do the save of it. So Redux toolkit is coming anyways because the app it is coming. So that is there. So let's get started. And now we need to install some more packages for this Redux toolkit. So let us install it. Okay, should not have started it and all. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me add it here only. Let's see. So Axios, React Redux toolkit also you have to include, and React Auto DOM at 5. So I'm going to use the 5 version. Okay, so I've done that, and now I'll do a npm start again, and when we open it, so that is there. So now in the SRC we are going to create okay, this app.css will go in app.css. I'm going to remove everything. We're going to add something here in SRC. I'm going to create 4 folders. Like one is like common, one is like components, one is like features, and one is like images. So all these things are there. So these images and all. So this app.css I will have something else, means I removed everything, and we are going to have the primary colors here. Yeah. Let us add all the styles here. Better to add all the styles. Yeah. So here what I'm doing, I'm using a Google font, and I'm using this primary color. So this is a root colors. So nowadays CSS have this CSS have become very powerful. So this are, I can use this throughout. So after that, if I want to use anywhere, I can use it like this var primary color. So this is something like SCSS is there. Margin padding is 0, and all these things I've done. I'll save it, and okay, it is all black because the text is not being shown. Okay, text is not being shown. Okay, text is not being shown. It is okay. So we are going to fix it. Maybe this is not correct time to do this thing. We are going to do it later on. Let it be there. So this fancy font has been coming, and because of that we have taken a Google font known as Margin. Okay, so this we are going to do later on. Let us first do what we are going to do. We are going to use a movie database to get our API this time. So fake store we have used previous time, and this time we are going to do this movie DB to get all the movie list. Okay, so this get API endpoint, and you have to register here to get the endpoint. So you have to register here. So can you tell us autocomplete search bar by using React JS? Autocomplete search bar. So that comes by default in not in React. This is a VS Code thing. Okay, autocomplete search bar. So actually, okay, autocomplete search bar. Okay, got it here. Actually, this channel is a different kind of a channel, Anusha. So this channel is like nowadays what it has become, maybe I can do that in the future. This channel is like what, this channel is to make you a web app developer. So we have something in auto mode, like in like we have a CSS week, we have a JavaScript week, we have React week. Fourth week is generally any week. So this week I'm doing the Redux thing. So we generally teach the very basics. But then I earlier, this channel used to be like that. I used to do a lot of apps and all. So those are also done. Maybe in the future I'm going to start doing some apps also. Right now we are looking for some more teachers and all. So this is kind of thing. This is a certification kind of a channel. Okay. So you get certificate for attending all these things. Everything is certified here. So we are not doing much projects nowadays. I know that thing, although this is something which I'm doing as a project. Okay. So not much projects are doing, but I'm going to start those projects again, and those will also be certifications also. Everything is certifications on this channel, so that you can become a web app developer. So the main motto of this channel is not just going to YouTube and just seeing everything. Okay, no, it is to get you a developer job, get you a developer job. So on weekends, every weekend on Saturdays, I have this 3 hours thing. Like in that, I tell everything how to become a web developer. Then we have some playlists, like first week of the month CSS, second week is JavaScript, third week is React. Just we teach the basics only, or means all the means theoretical part we teach. After that, we already have done a lot of projects on the channel, and we keep on doing some more projects. And you do those projects, and then code in public, post in LinkedIn. So I'm telling a brief of what we are trying to do here. We are trying to give at least 10,000 people job in this 2022. That is our motto, to teach people React.js, and that those things also we are going to do, but that will take a bit time. Okay, that will take a bit time. And so this is, as I told, don't retract it. And it was a good question. Don't retract your message. It was a good thing. But yeah, we are going to do that projects also. And projects also, what I'm thinking means, it will not be like that everything is like, everything is like certification in this channel. So project will also be certification. So we will have in 5 days, maybe we can do either 5 projects, or we can do a one major projects. And definitely I'm not going to give GitHub of that. Okay, and I'm not even going to put it in GitHub. So you have to see this and create that project. And it is not like that during the live only you create it, because that is the idea. During the live only you create it, you can create it at any time, and you create it at any time, and then you can get it. And I have a lot of projects on my channel. So those who want a playlist to become a web app developer can anyways ping me, and I can give you the complete playlist, because I have got the React.js projects also. I've got MERN projects also on this channel. MERN projects, Firebase projects, every kind of projects we have. So all the projects which you should have in your portfolio, those are there in this channel. You can check them out. And anyone who want to get I give a very good playlist for anyone who can follow that playlist for 3 to 6 months. You will get a job. He or she will get a job. So if you want, I can give. Okay, so that is there. And that was a good question. Okay, we are going to trying to make everything autocomplete and all. So okay, so that is there. And here when the SRC, I'll come, and SRC I've created all these things. So in commons I'll go. So we are going to hit this movie API endpoint. Okay, so in this commons I will go, and here I will create a APIs folder. I'm going to create. In this APIs folder, I'm going to have this new file and movie API. And next week is React Native week. A lot of people, this month there are 5 weeks. So next week is React Native week. A lot of people have asked for React Native. Okay, so we are going to do basic. We'll start exactly from the start. Okay, so that will be done. So this movies app, this API is there, and I will have this another file here, which is like movie API .js. So these two things I'm going to have. And then here in this movie API, we are going to again have this import Axios from Axios, and export default Axios dot create, and the endpoint which we are going to do is this base URL API, the movie.org 3, and this discover this thing, discover. We're going to hit this API endpoint, discover. So yeah, it is right. Okay, so base URL is this. Now we have to use the key also. Okay, the key also we have to use, and I cannot export. So when you register to this site, you will get the key export const, and it is API key equal to something is there, and that's something I'm not going to tell. That's something I'm going to paste it, and that's it. That I have to find it out. Okay, so I already have that, so I'm not going to show that. So for 1 second I have to take it off the screen and paste it, save it, and then I've done it. I just you also have to register and get the API key. So it is easy. Just get the API key and you will be good. So from this site, so movie API. So this is a very good site. Okay, for the API. So now let's create some files. So let us go here, and in this components, let's create some files first, and then we'll come back. So this components I'm there, and this components I will have a footer.js and footer.css, footer.js and footer.css, and header.js and header.css, then home, home.js and home.css. Movie details we're going to have. So movie detail.css and movie detail.js page not found .js and last one page not found .css. So we have all the components, and we have the corresponding CSS also. So that is there. Now what we are going to do. Okay, let us have all these things. Let us have something inside it, or else we cannot show it. So in all of them we are going to have a RAFCE. Save it, close it. RAFCE, save it, close it. RAFCE, save it, close it. RAFCE, save it. Right. So like this we are going to have. Now we are going to, in this app.js, we are going to have this router. That's why we just created those components to have something basic, and let us do that. So here I'm going to come, and here we are going to first do a import browser router as a router, and route link switch. So we want not link, we want switch also, and then let us make it. So this app is there, so it is not app, it is like app will be like this, and after this we don't have anything like this. So I will close it, and then we'll have a router we are going to have, and this router, and then we are going to have a header we are going to have. Why it is not showing header? I have a header. Yeah, header I have. Import header from components, and header is there. Then we will have a div dot container, and inside this I will have this switch is there, then route will be there, and exact component home. So yeah, so this home component is not showing, so maybe I have to make it by hand. So this import extension generally it shows, it is not showing home I'm going to do. And then again in this so this home is like this, then we'll have a route, and path is equal to slash movie slash imd, and components is like not home, components is like movie b movie detail. So movie detail is there, then I'll have a route then, and this component will be this a page not found component. So page not found component we are going to have, not found, page not found, save it. And after this, this div, okay, this div will have the footer also, because we have created the footer also like this. The header, home, and footer, all of the skills are shown like here. And now we have to start creating all those things. So okay, let us go back to the app.css, and I am going to remove this thing. Save it, and everything will be black. We want to soon fix this thing because the primary color is like black and all, so it is not showing anything. So first thing which we are going to do is to go to the header. So header will go, and we'll fix the header first. Okay, so header is there, and here first thing is there div and class name equal to header, and then we'll have a link tag. So link tag from React router DOM, of course, and to equal to backslash I'll have, and then I'll have this, and inside this I'll have a div, I'll have last name of logo and movie app, and this div will end here. So div will end here. So that is there in the link, and here after this link I'll have a div dot user image is there, and here I'll have a img, and src will be user, and alt, src is user should be inside it. Src will be user, and alt will be user. So this is there, and what, okay, import header dot css, and this image also we will put. Okay, this image we will have it in the, okay, let us have, so this images folder is there which we have just created. So reveal in finder, and in this images we'll put actually two images. One is this user image and one is another image. So we are going to put those two images. So that I have put. All you are getting those suggestions. Some of the suggestions are VS Code inbuilt, and one more. I have one more plugin known as this. Where is my plugin? Oh, GitHub Copilot. I have GitHub Copilot also. It's an AI extension. So your AI peer programmer is there. So you understand how I write. So I'm getting from this also. But a lot of people won't get this because this is the only previewed version, and Microsoft keep on giving me all these things like preview things and all. Okay, so this images is there, which is having this user. So I have put this user there. So let me save it now. Okay, so header. Okay, user is not defined. Okay, so I have to put this user also here. So first thing is this import user from images and user.png. So maybe okay, so that is been shown, but big image is been shown, but okay. Header.css already have created. So let us add something in the header.css, and we don't have much time. So that is my header.css. So not going to look into much of the css. So header.css, I will already put this header logo and user image. I have all these things. So let me save it and see. Here also I am using the primary one. So there I have in the css file, app.css file, I have put them as the root, so I can use it anywhere with this var thing. So now it is white and all, so it is looking perfect. This header is looking perfect. And now what we are going to do, okay, we are going to also use font awesome in our project. So to use font awesome in our project, so anything like font awesome or anything like you have to always put it in the index.html. You have to put in the title part. You have to put, okay, in this title you'll go, and in the title you have to put, okay. So we'll go here in the public and index.html, and we'll put the link for font awesome, which you can get from the internet. Font awesome, maybe this all I'll remove, and this font awesome I put. So font awesome I put. So now we can use a font awesome in our project. So that is done. Now we will add the content of the footer before moving forward with the main logic. So footer is there, and here footer again, this come, how much time we have. Okay, import dot footer dot css and return div class name equal to footer, and here div of movie app, and I will have this and copy 2022 pwd, and affiliates and its affiliate. So this I have done, and this is not been shown because everything is like white and all, uh, because everything is dark, so it is not been shown. So we have to again add some styles for it, and we'll add the styles. And the style and this all these things, it has been shown like this. Okay, so footer is also been shown pretty good. So now we are going to go to our movie listing. Okay, so I think okay, we forgot to create a movie listing file. So in the components I have to create a movie listing dot js and movie listing dot css. So both of these things I'm going to have, and Now in this home.js, we'll go and we have to do the API call from somewhere. So the API call to this movie database which we have created. So we are going to do it from your home.js, this API call. So let us do that. And here, after this home, I'm going to come and I'm going to have this use effect, because all the API call you always do it from use effect. So use effect I will do, and then here I will go and then like this I'll do, and const fetch movies equal to sync, like this, const response equal to await fetch. Okay, this is giving me way too much. Await movie API. So movie API which you have I've created dot get. So where is this movie API is there? So movie API I have just created in the folder. So we'll have that import movie API from dot common APIs and movie API. So movie API I'm getting from that, and that is doing an Axios internally. Okay, so get I'm doing that, and then after that I will have a backslash and movie and this API key equal to dollar API key. So this API key also we are importing. Maybe it will show. It is not showing me any suggestion, but why it is not? Okay, so this name is wrong. This movie API. So now it is showing, and import API key from common APIs and movie API key which we have created earlier. So this is how we are doing it, and then after that what I'm going to do, I'm going to call this fetch movie. So this is how just a normal user effect fetch movies have to do, because I'm using this async await way, and this will work in the component did mount way. So what is component did mount way? All of this I've taught in my React class. So that is done, and after this I will have this div and class name equal to banner img, and this div is like this. Okay, I have two more things. So this fragment is there, React fragment is there. Inside this banner is there, and I will also have this movie listing. So movie listing is in the same directory. Okay, so movie listing I'm calling. Save it, and okay. So okay, so it is showing like this and all. So let us do some console.log also and see that whether I'm getting this data or not. So let us see that, and console.log response.data dot results. So this comes like this. Data dot results. Let me do an inspect. If everything is okay, I'll get the data. Yeah, I'm getting the data, means everything is coming fine. Okay. So yeah, so everything is coming fine. So that is now okay. So now the main thing is that we are going to use the Redux toolkit logic in our project. So it is not like Redux toolkit logic is not like a Redux logic. So here we have the reducer and the thing. You are going to see what we have. So first thing is there. So home and on movie listing, header and footer are closed because they are not changing anywhere. So this also I'm close, and here in this features we'll go. In this features I will create a movies folder. Inside this movies I will create a, so there is something known as slice is there. So okay, so inside this I'll create a movie slice dot js, and then after that inside this features folder, I'll create a store.js. So it is like this. In this feature folder, I have this store, and this movies folder, which is inside the feature folder, I have this movie slice. Okay, so this is in the store. We are going to again configure the store just like we do it in Redux. So, but a bit different way. So import configure store from Redux Toolkit. It is not from Redux. It is from Redux Toolkit configure store, and then I'm going to have a import. So this logic is completely different from Redux. Okay, movies reducer from so movies reducer will come from movies slash movie slice, which we have just created. It will come from here. We already also so not done it yet. Export const store equal to configure store like this, and reducer is like this, and movies is movie reducer. Movies is like movies reducer, which we have just created. So a bit of like the Redux logic only, which we have earlier learned. So after this, anyways, it will give me error because this it is not giving error. So again, in the index.js, we have to add the provider, just like in Redux we add. It is Redux only. A bit of changes are there in this. Okay, it is Redux only. So here we are going to use this provider. I'll use provider from React Redux, and it will wrap this app. Okay, and this provider will come from this store equal to import store from features store. Save it. Oh, so this has been done. So in what is the difference in this toolkit? We have the reducer and the action creator in the same file, which is known as a movie slice file. Movie slice, the reducer and action creator, which I have always taught in the Redux class. So this thing which we have in the same file. So let us create this movie slice file, and here the logic is a bit different. Okay, we'll understand it. Import create slice from Redux toolkit we'll have, and then we'll have the const initial state. So this initial state, this logic is like your Redux only. Initial state is there, but as of telling the reducer and action creator, I will be creating the same file. The movies array will be there, and then after that will come here, and the const movie slice equal to create slice like this, and then name is movies, and initial state and reducers is there, and like this, and add movies, and it will have this state comma action, and then it will have this state dot movies is action dot payload. Okay, so this slice, this is like this action creator. Okay, so this is like this, that, and then after this we are going to come here and export const add movies equal to movie slice dot action. So action is like this, and then export const get all movies is state dot movies, and export default movie slice dot reducer we're going to have. So this all the things which you're going to have, and not getting any error. That is the main thing. The main thing is that the reducer and the action creator are in the same file. Now in so we'll soon going to do all the things, then you're going to understand what I'm doing. So this home.js I'm going, and but the one thing is that reducer and action creator are the same. Okay, so the home.js we are going to do, and after this we are going to do this add movies. So this add movies we are going to call import add movies from features. Okay, that's right. Import use dispatch from React Redux, which we always use. So that is there, and then we are going to use this dispatch. So const dispatch equal to use dispatch I'm going to do, and then we are going to dispatch this result, this response to data. We are going to dispatch it. How we are going to dispatch is I'm going to dispatch to the action creator. Action creator is also there in the same thing. The add movies is actually the action creator. See this action creator. So it is like this. The action creator add movies is also here, and this reducer is also here. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do this add movies like this, and this I'm going to do add movies, and now save it. Error is there. Now let us see the inspect, and just that tool, and see I'm getting the data. And one more thing is that Redux Dev tool is inbuilt in it. Redux Dev tool, if you do in a normal Redux project, it is not inbuilt. Okay, it is not inbuilt. So yesterday's attendance form I'm not going to give. So you have to see yesterday's thing again and to get the attendance form. Today's attendance form only will be given at 9:30. So that is there. So yesterday attendance form, please. I think yesterday's YouTube video will be available right now. You have to see that and you have to fill it from there. So attendance form will also be there. So that is there, and so let us now, we are getting all the data. The main thing is that we are getting all the data. So now let us go to this movie listing and show the data. So in this movie listing will come, and okay. Okay, this movie listing we are there, and we are going to use the use selector and all those things here. So let us quickly do it because we don't have much time. So import use selector from Redux, and then this movie slice. See, we have this get all movies also here only. So get all movies is also there. So we can use that and get all movies. Okay. So I'll come here and in this import get all movies from the movie slice. So everything is from this movie slice only. So then there is actually we're going to have one more file known as movie card.js and the fce movie card.css. So that is there, and movie listing I have done, and inside this now we have to let me do that also. Import movie card from movie card, and then the other thing is that import movie card dot css I'm going to do, and this inside this return is before this we're going to get the state. Okay, so const movies equal to use selector get on movies, and let me do a console dot log of movies I'm going to do. Okay, and this return, let me have a bit of it. Okay, this movie listing, we have this thing. So this movie listing, we are going to have this like movie wrapper, movie list, movies and movie content, and then we're going getting this movies, which is an array of objects. So we are getting this, and movies.length we're doing, and then we're sending it to movie card. Each of the movie we are sending it to movie card. And then let us also have some CSS here, so that it doesn't take. So CSS is the movie listing CSS, movie listing.css. I'm going to have, I'm going to save it, movie listing, and then I'm going to go to this. So we are here, and we are going to go to the movie card now. So movie card will be completely static. Okay, it will be getting this thing as a props. This thing as a props. So I'll get this thing as a props, and I have to show it. Okay, and I also have to import movie card dot css. I'm going to have, and this is there, and then after this I'm going to have const data. You will pause because I'm just destructuring it because it is coming as data. So I'm just destructuring it, and I will have a, what is that? I'll have a image path also. So movie con and movie css, and there is a image part because of this movie. You don't directly, there's a movie image which you directly actually don't get it. So we get it from this, some endpoint is there, through it we get it, and then I will do, and it is all static, means card item image path plus data dot poster path. There is a poster path which is coming. So what is this poster path? So if I go to this console, maybe I'm getting it here. So if you see this is this where is this? There is something nice as poster path is there. Okay, it will change to backdrop path. So here also we are getting movies. Yeah, I think it is changed to backdrop path. Oh, poster path is also there. Poster path is also there. So we are getting the data like that. Okay, so data dot title, release date, all those things I'm showing. So let us add some styles also here. Okay, so the styles I have also put the styles. Then I will come back, save it, and I'm getting all the data. I'm getting all the data here. Okay, but something is missing here. Okay, okay, some CSS I think I missed. Maybe this. Oh. Okay, got it. This home should also some CSS. Okay, this home. This home doesn't have any CSS. Sometimes these things happens. We can, okay. Footer and header are okay, and app.js and app.js and app.css is okay. App.js and app.css is okay. Then is app.css. After that we have home like this. In the home, where is this banner image anyways coming? I don't know. Banner image and banner image home.css, it is not there, anything is there. Banner image, I don't know where it is coming, this banner image and all, but we're getting the data, we're able to show it. And do I have something? No, it is 100% only. Okay, so this is the .js movie card, or these are app dot. Yeah, Okay, got it. In movie listing, why I'm showing this thing? Movie listing, I'm showing this, and movie listing not CSS. So movie listing, I'm showing this movie card. It is like movie card is like movie card, but movie listing is like I'm not even using it actually. Movie listing dot CSS is there. Save it. Now everything is showing us perfect. Okay, so this everything is showing us perfect. We're getting all the data, and we are getting all the data like this. So this is how